And we are live, and you should be able to actually hear me now. You spend all this time prepping and getting graphics ready and making sure the screen works and all of this stuff. And then your microphone's not connected properly. But anyways, welcome. This is the Watchalong for the USL Championship Final. FC Tulsa taking on the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. We have people down on site. John from USL Tactics, he's down there. We've got Kaylor, who drove in and is down on site, which is amazing, absolutely incredible. We're so excited to be celebrating this day in a number of different ways, and I thank you for anyone who isn't physically in Tulsa, or for those of you who are Tulsa fans, Pittsburgh fans who made the trip. If you guys are watching, we're so excited to have everybody on board, and I am personally excited to watch what should be a great game. We have FC Tulsa here by virtue of being the best team in the West. They had the third best goal difference across the entire USL Championship, and they have gotten here on merit and on the back of some unbelievable performances from Taylor Calera, who has really broken out as a star this season in Tulsa, and especially across these playoffs. Meanwhile, we've got Pittsburgh, who's here by virtue of weathering some internal storms. Obviously, Bob Lilly no longer there, which was a big shock, I think, across USL Championship. And they're here because they are solid defensively. They're here because they are absolutely, rock solid at the back. And they just don't give up a lot of goals. And they crucially scored some on the way here. So two great teams, two teams that deserve to be here. And I think it is an occasion that will be a suitable end to the season here. So we have ONEOK Field in Tulsa will be the setting. As far as what we're going to be doing today, I'll go over the lineups here in a second. We'll be watching along the game, and I think you guys know, if you watch streams like this before, watch-alongs, I'll try to keep you up to date on where in the game we are and what minute I'm watching. There will be a slight delay from what's happening on screen. But if you want to, sync your stream up and all that sort of stuff, just so we're watching along together, that's fine. Or if you're slightly ahead of me, just know that that's the case, because I'll be watching on stream and then this will be broadcast back. So obviously it'll be a bit behind. With all that being said, the match today, I don't think anyone will be surprised that the two teams field completely unchanged lineups from their semifinal wins. Or conference final wins, I guess I should say. So for the hosts, FC Tulsa, Tyler Derrick, Ian Delence-Pierre, and Lamar Batista across the back three. Lucas Stauffer and Travian Sousa will be at the wingback spots, with Jamie Weber and Giordano Coley in central midfield. Alex Delow, Taylor Calera, and Khalil El Medkar will lead the line for Tulsa. And it is a lineup that's been strong all year. It is exciting for me personally to see Lucas Stauffer, former Locomotive player, be in a final after his short stint in Lexington. So it's awesome to see him land on his feet. But personally, just a very strong team from Tulsa, and glad that there weren't any enforced changes or anything like that that would have changed how they had to line up. And similar for Pittsburgh, they're able to field more or less their full strength lineup as well. Eric Dick in goal. He came up huge in the conference final. And then back line of Luke Biasi, Suber and Idrak, Etu and Barnes in the wingback positions, with Robbie Griffin and Bradley Sample in central midfield. Robbie Mertz and Charles All in those attacking midfield spots, and then Augie Williams, unsurprisingly, leading the line. As far as players on the bench, players the likes of Owen Dam, Harvey St. Clair, Andrew Booth, and Trevor Amon on the bench for Tulsa. And obviously, again, no surprises. Thank you, Ewan, for catching my double entendre. But you can't look past anyone on the bench, or look at anyone on the bench quite the same as Stefan Lukic, because this is a man who has been the scorer of late goals throughout this playoffs for Tulsa, two very, very late winners in back-to-back rounds to open the playoffs. And then obviously his services weren't needed in a dominant performance against Tulsa. Meanwhile, on Pittsburgh's bench, we odd that FOTMOB still lists Bob Lilly as the manager. Rip. But Boone, Larson, Jockeson, all potential danger men coming off the bench. Jackson Walty on the bench, Uzmanu on the bench. And yeah, I think a strong-ish bench for Pittsburgh, although you could probably argue that Tulsa's a little bit deeper than them. But certainly in attack, Pittsburgh have some difference makers on the bench potentially. So options on both sides as we're waiting for the stream to get going from ONEOK in Tulsa. The obviously, a bit of the storyline coming into this one is just the fact that Pittsburgh have gotten here off of their defensive solidity rather than being any sort of high-flying team. Meanwhile, Tulsa obviously relied on their goals and were very, very, very attacking, very, a very high-flying team. Like I said in the intro, the third best goal difference of any team in the USL Championship. Just to review how each team got here briefly, Tulsa defeated Colorado Springs in the first round. It was that 92nd minute Lukic winner. And then it was a similar story in the second round, except it did take extra time against Phoenix Rising for Lukic to come through in that one, the 122nd minute. And I believe the latest goal ever scored in the USL Championship. Ewan mentioning that Tulsa will press this Pittsburgh team like never before, and we saw Tulsa's press on an absolute another level against New Mexico. It was a suffocating performance. I mean, just to review, New Mexico did not have a single shot on target in this match. Meanwhile, Tulsa generated 6 big chances, which is an XG of 0.5 or greater, I believe. And while they missed 3 of them, obviously 3-0, you're going to win most of those and scoring 3 goals. They were absolutely suffocating against New Mexico, and I'd be really, really shocked if there wasn't a similar approach to their energy against Pittsburgh, because it did stand them in such good stead. Pittsburgh, on the other end, they went through in the first round by virtue of a 0-0 draw and a 4-2 win on penalties against Hartford, who I think, it was a frustrating match probably for Hartford fans. But Pittsburgh doing their thing across this because, they hadn't scored any goals in the playoffs until their 1-0 win against Rhode Island. So this Pittsburgh team taking a very different approach, maybe being a little less entertaining. But Pittsburgh got through on penalties 4-3 against Detroit. And then, like I said, with that 1-0 winner, it was Robbie Mertz against 10 men Rhode Island. That took them into the final. So all in all, Tulsa, I think, being at home and by virtue of their attack and the press and the performance they put in against New Mexico United, you have to think that Tulsa are pretty heavy favorites for this one. But the reality is that this Pittsburgh side just always find a way to be defensively solid. And they have had, Hartford, I think you could put up there, maybe not on Tulsa's level, but in terms of their attack. And we are joined by our on-site correspondent, sideline reporter, Kaylor Hodges. Kaylor, welcome. I'm going to get us here. How are conditions down on the field? I can't hear you. You might be muted.
Welcome back. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's cold, but man, it is. This atmosphere is crazy. The Tulsa fans have been going for singing nonstop for the last hour. We have we've met everybody who's ever been in a USL game, basically. Mike Watts, Devin Kerr, Nicholas Murray, Trey Higdon, Connor Tobin. We met with Hale Stool. Like we've met everybody, and everybody is just anxious and excited, and it's really exciting. It's cool.
That's no, that's amazing. Our so Tulsa fans are ready. How it did seem like a contingent of Pittsburgh fans made the trip as well. How are they
There they
looking?
are,
All right.
right there.
Wow, that
So
is quite a big group.
yeah, and there's more of them. There's some of them that are just walking around, not a part of it. But I mean, the supporter section for Tulsa has been sold out for the last 45 minutes. It's past standing room moment. At this point, it's insane. Pittsburgh, but they're having a blast right now. It's just a ton of fun.
No, that's incredible. The drive. I was glad to see you tweeting this morning on Blue Sky this morning because I was like, okay, he did make it. Drive
Yes.
treat you okay?
Yeah. Other than hitting every red light I've ever seen. Oh gosh, I'm losing my headphones. Other than hitting every red got in, fell asleep around 4 a.m. Got coffee at 7 a.m. and right now I'm good. The moment I get to the bar after the game, I'm.
Oh, we lost. It felt like we might be losing him. So Kaler will have back in and out. It is obviously with the amount of folks down around ONEOK, I'm sure things are going to be maybe a little spotty.
Yeah.
But yeah, it with
internet. I'm doing my best.
Oh no, you're totally fine. In terms of the build up, I mean, in your conversations with folks, like, was there anyone around USL or maybe Mike or Devin who talked to anything about what they're thinking for today? Or what do you think this final has in store for us?
I don't know how much Devin is going to be able to say this on the broadcast, but it is. He said he has no idea, legitimately no clue, which is always great because I feel the same way. I have no idea. I have no clue, and everybody I've talked to feels exactly the same way. Like we have no reasons.
It's I guess it's one of those where it's like that, Brain says Tulsa and it's a final. Like, so anything, literally anything is possible.
Yeah, well, we're about to get some walkout ceremony stuff, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you go. If any big moment happens or something that you want to get questions on that you hear on the broadcast, send me a text and I'll be back in.
Sounds great. Have fun, Kaler.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll have our pop-ins from our sideline correspondent, Kaler Hodges, every once in a while as we do officially have the stream running. CBS has flipped over from local coverage of, for me, it was the Bowling Green, Ohio holiday parade, which I know everybody was tuning in for. But we're now up and running. We're getting the highlights from the different teams' runs here to the USL Championship Final, and we are just a couple of minutes away from kickoff. Likely, I think typically these kick off about 8 after. If anyone's trying to time things out, but I mean, let's just be honest for a second. Seeing this on big CBS, I know it happened last year too. I think it's probably helpful that it's in Central Time, and we're getting Mike and Devin here in the supporters section in FC Tulsa, which is a pretty cool setup. And I think in general, everybody's excitement. You heard around Kayla the amount of noise and just seeing the folks in the background, seeing the people from Pittsburgh that traveled. This is a highly anticipated final, and I think we're all just excited to see what happens. We're getting some looks at Taylor Calera on screen. I mean, 17 goals in 31 games. He's just been one of the breakout stars. Came over from MLS Next Pro a couple years ago, and he just has really hit the ground this season. He's really gotten going for Tulsa. Unbelievable. Shout out to the folks jumping in. Here we go. Tulsa Cheese Conies versus Icy Light. Yep, that's the this is the Western PA versus Tulsa matchup. Fallon, Rhode Island would have been immense, but the two teams here today deserve it. Yeah, I would agree. And I don't know that the Rhode Island final would have been possible given the Western Conference I think had the higher finishes. So I think it was either Albuquerque or Tulsa. But yeah, Rhode Island final would be fun. It's listen, the teams that are left are the teams that haven't lost in the playoffs. I do want to say, and I mean, I know that this is it's a weird season for Pittsburgh given the fact that they are here minus Bob Lilly. And is that a conversation starter that they're in a final and without him? I don't know. It's all I'll say too on the Tulsa side is I've said this on the USL show before, but I think the fact that the project is finally feeling like it's going somewhere, and specifically beyond just something clicked or they hired a certain manager or signed a certain player or anything like that. I think the thing that's encouraging about the Tulsa thing is that they kind of stuck to their guns, and they're getting their rewards for it in that they did this whole rebrand, and it was like, how is this going to work? And are they actually serious? And it's been a wonderful season. It's been with pretty much Tulsa's core players that, they didn't go do anything crazy. And I love that they have created something quite organic in Tulsa, which is very, very cool. As we get some words, in the Pittsburgh locker room. Nothing to lose, everything to gain. Something about Pittsburgh coming into this with an underdog mentality that I feel might not be in Tulsa's favor necessarily. Meanwhile, Luke with some very simple words for FC Tulsa as we prep for the player walkout. A little more muted maybe, and trying to play down some of the nerves. Oh, wow. Wow. Players walking out in shirts that say USL HQ Pro Rel ? Try pro standards first. This is the USL PA making a big statement, and each of the players making a big statement here in the walkouts rather than wearing their typical warm-up shirts. This is wow, a big wow. I'm kind of surprised. I figured something would happen. I almost kind of figured it would happen at full time rather than at the walkouts, but wow, that is a really that is a really strong statement from the players. Bravo. Yeah, as this is a huge stage for them. I do find it curious that there's likely people with the TV on who saw this like for the first time and and are like, what is this? And seeing the players walk out in shirts that say that, it's time for the league to get serious about the CBA. It's time for them to get serious about providing the players health care and adequate money for housing and all of those sorts of things. I mean, it's a no-brainer. The league has ambition to be a top division league, and to do that, you have to have top division standards for the players who are working for you, your employees, right? Like you got to take care of them as well. So yeah, bravo to the players for making a statement there. I thought that was very, very strong, and anyone tuned into the broadcast there, wow. Wow. That's going in the group chat. The yeah, time for the league to wise up. Agreed. That's fantastic. I'm really proud of the players for doing that. As for the game, we're basically into the last commercial break, and I think we'll basically have kickoff after the break. Julian, welcome. Ryan, love the shirts the players are walking out in. Yeah, this is wonderful. And to get both teams to do it, because it would have been, mildly tough to pull off. And to get both teams to agree to do it, even in the midst of like there could be repercussions or something like that from the league. I don't think they will. I don't think they can afford to. The optics would be too bad. But I just mean from a coordination standpoint, for both teams to get together and agree that this is something that should happen, and for all the players to agree to do it is awesome. That is a great step. And when you think about the fact that they played their conference finals, last week. So the coordination of this happened in, this week and like since they've arrived in Tulsa. So it's not something that can come together immediately. Yeah, agreed. Well done by both. And there are, I would say on both sides, but particularly on the Pittsburgh side, there are some pretty strong players association personalities, if I'm remembering right, but just guys who have been around the league for quite a while, who I'm sure were at the forefront. ONEOK is looking packed. We take another look at the lineups. So Derek in goal, Sousa, Bautista, Ian, and Lucas Stauffer across that back line, Coley, Pierre, and Weber. Although I think this is maybe a little bit off. Whatever. I think it's a 4-3, 3-4-3. I don't think it's a 4-3-3. And then that front three, Elmedkar and Calera. So the game is on CBS, and the ways that you can watch it are either over like traditional TV on CBS, or if you have Paramount Plus, you can also stream it live. And to review, I've got it up on stream, but the Pittsburgh's lineup, Eric Dick, Biasi Suber, oh, sorry. I got really thrown off because anytime I hear Mike Watts say dick, it feels like he's doing a bit. Edrock, sorry. Etu, Griffin, Sample, and Barnes across the midfield. Mertz and all in those attacking midfield spots behind Augie Williams up top. So strong lineups unchanged from the conference finals, like I was talking about. And these are two teams that are primed, ready to go. Aesthetically, quite a good matchup as well, with the black and gold for Tulsa and the yellow, white, and black for Pittsburgh. So aesthetically pleasing. Although I do wish that Tulsa would have been able to find a way to work in the what do we call that, green, mint green, or hate that. Wait, do I have a second tier subscription to Paramount Plus? Because that would be news to me. Oh no. Oh no. Today I learned I'm paying too much for Paramount Plus. Uh-oh. Time to revisit that in the finances. Luckily, just haven't intended to get the basics. That's the way to go. And we have kickoff. We are underway in the USL Championship Final. FC Tulsa, Pittsburgh Riverhounds, and we are in for 90 minutes or more of intense action from ONEOK Field in Tulsa. And early throw here for FC Tulsa. And I will, like I said earlier on, but just for anyone who's joining, I will try to give periodic updates about the time of where I'm at in the stream, just so everybody can know what point in the match I'm talking about, and just know that whatever you're watching at home, if you are, it's likely delayed, as Tulsa do win the ball back here. As an El Paso Locomotive fan, this is soccer in its purest form, on the field of a minor league baseball team. Yeah, the field does not look in great shape, but I would say from experience, the way to tell whether the field is in good shape or not is less about like how it necessarily looks and more about how much it cuts up on the seams, because the surface is never going to be perfect from a ball playing perspective, but the seams are really where it can get dicey and play very, very strange. So Pittsburgh take a long free kick forward, and Stauffer's going to be able to boot this one upfield for Tulsa. Calera chasing, but we're just approaching the 155, 56, 57, ticking across 2 minutes on my stream as Pittsburgh have a throw. And early on, as you'd expect, a lot of, just has that nervous energy that a final can often start with. And Pittsburgh just overhitting the through ball there for Mertz, who was making a streak down that left-hand side. And Tulsa will get a throw off of that. But a bit of a nervous start from both teams. They're going to be feeling each other out. Everybody's going to be maybe overhitting passes a little bit of nervous touches. So these opening minutes will be big for just both teams to try to get their feet under them and not let things spin out too much. Long ball forward for Tulsa, not able to be kept under control, but this is where Tulsa's probably going to keep the press up a little bit more. They've been maybe a little bit more passive than they were against New Mexico, but not by much. Giveaway from Stauffer. Pittsburgh playing the ball up the right-hand side, but As far as this, the only place that you can watch free would be if you have if you have over the air access to CBS. Where can you stream for free? That information I do not have. So sorry about that. Tulsa with a throw on the far sideline. They go long. Medcar, couple of decent touches. Nodded back, though, to Dick. DeLu was chasing, but Dick able to get there. I don't know. Eric Dick just gives out the vibe of like a slightly annoyed father, sort of all the time, you know. Medcar with some fancy footwork and fouled on the far sideline. Barnes, the offender there. Free kick here for Tulsa inside their own half. But they've been going long with a lot of these, and I think they're just trying to like win one of these second balls so that they can try to lock Pittsburgh in. And they're almost playing a field position game. But like that was a bit of a punt. And they were just hoping to win a free kick further up the field, as Sousa will take that on the far sideline. Keys to the match have always I don't know. I from a production standpoint, I'm not really sure what is added by when we talk about keys to the match. It's always been a bit strange. They tried the long throw, but Dick was wise to it, and now it takes the punt long himself. And you know, both teams not really able to get the ball down at all. Pittsburgh maybe with a bit of an opportunity here. Well read in midfield by Ian. And then was there a foul in the center? No. And Pittsburgh have it. It was Colley who was dispossessed. Oh, press on for Tulsa, and a bit of luck probably for Biasi to get out of that, but Pittsburgh able to play through it for the moment. Tulsa do win it back. Stauffer plays the initial pass, and then it's played back in field by DeLu, and then, but they're saying it went over the sideline for a pit throw. So Biasi will take this one. Yeah, this Tulsa press is relentless, and it's essentially how they're going to have to play it, particularly with how the how organized Pittsburgh is. It does feel like they're going to have to keep the press up because this is just a tough team to break down. Header back in towards midfield. Medcard plays it out to the left. Cross is going to come in from Sousa. Oh, DeLu's at the back post. And it's cleared away for the time being. Colley tangled up. And referee tried to play advantage for Pittsburgh, and then foul does come in, and this will be a free kick for Pittsburgh inside their own half. Alex DeLu just got the ball caught under his feet a little bit. I think he maybe thought Calero was going to get ahead to that, and he couldn't quite get it under control. Where if he had been able to keep his eye on it a bit more, DeLu probably able to do something with that at the back post. But as it was, he got caught under his studs a little bit and couldn't get it out of his feet in time to do anything. But we are about to get play restarted at the 8:30 mark. Pittsburgh, like I said, have a free kick, and Eric Dick will look to take this one long. And I think Pittsburgh's going to try to take every opportunity they have to go long to just keep the pressure down and try to win some second balls. Both teams, I guess, taking a similar approach, but Pittsburgh almost for different reasons. Pittsburgh is more of a press relief, and Tulsa's going along is more in the interest of maintaining the press, but it is a bit of ping pong in the on the field right now, especially between the two keepers, as Derek goes long down the middle of the field, and Pittsburgh do win it back, and they are putting a couple of passes together here. Stauffer went into the tackle and did bring down Etu. Etu asking for a card. I think the referee always likely to keep his cards in his pocket as long as he feels like he can, given that it is a final. Not saying that he, shouldn't give a card if it's warranted. I just think in that particular case, it wasn't particularly strong contact. So it would be probably ill-advised for the referee to find himself in that position immediately, as Stauffer maybe looking to go a little longer with this throw. Opts to go short. Long crossfield pass. Sousa's out on the left-hand side. Back to Batista. Tulsa, maybe for the first time today, actually getting it down and trying to possess the ball a bit and draw Pittsburgh onto them. Derek eventually chips it long towards DeLu. Stauffer tried to play it forward, got cut out. Pittsburgh going forward here now, but Mertz plays the pass back, and now contested ball in midfield, eventually comes away with it on the Pittsburgh side, and Tulsa will able to do enough to get it back to Derek, and he chips it forward, but Pittsburgh now coming right back the other way. Who do I have winning? I am going for the home field advantage. I think it is going to be Tulsa. I think their press and their offense is going to be too much, but I'll say that I do think it's going to be really close. Chip ball over the top, and Tulsa going to be able to play this one back to Derek as well, who puts it out for a Pittsburgh throw. Derek, maybe not the keeper that you're going to like pass the ball back to that often, and they have played a couple of passes back to him that have felt a little risky. Not that Tyler Derek can't play with his feet, of course, but does feel like he's a more traditional keeper. His distribution, not something that is the first thing that comes to mind when you think of Tyler Derek, but as DeLu trying to get on the end of a clearance there, but Pittsburgh able to keep it in, at least for the time being. Hassled by DeLu, able to escape. 50-50 ball there in midfield. Both players kind of flying into the challenge, and I think it was Sample who ended up going down. Augie Williams, some really good strength here. Finds Etu. Etu out on the left. He's looking to get something in here. Opts to play it back to Biasi. Chipped into the center, and it's off the post. I mean, it was almost certainly a pass, but he pinged it off the post. It almost drifted in there, and I think it eventually had Derek worried, and now Tulsa's breaking the other way, but it's chipped in the end and back into the hands of Eric Dick. But what a fractional moment here from Biasi, as he almost scored one of the most unlikely goals. I do think it's a mishit cross, but it turned into a hell of a shot. Oh, nearly a stunner of a goal. Even if he didn't quite mean it, I don't think. Maybe he'd say he did, but Pittsburgh growing a little bit into the game, I should say, and now Tulsa able to get their foot back on the ball for a bit. Another long ball forward, and they're not finding a ton of joy with these long balls. Another long ball forward for Pittsburgh. But what I was going to say is I feel like Tulsa could benefit maybe from trying to get the ball down a little bit and trying to play. They are really just trying to hoof it into the space behind Pittsburgh's back line, and it's not exactly amplifying the strengths of the forwards that they do have out there. I know that their goal, like they don't love to have the ball, right? Like I don't really think, I know they don't want to have a ton of the ball and they want to play on the counter, but you'd still think that they'd like to keep it on the ground, even if they are playing it quickly forward and that sort of stuff. Yeah, Delu, bit of a undercut of Griffin there, and Griffin taking a tumble and earning a free kick for Pittsburgh. You see those every once in a while. Like the one player jumps to compete for the header and the other player opts to stay on the ground, and that undercut can be quite dangerous. And I think previously it wasn't. Free kick comes in, header back across, and it was Sousa who was able to deal with it and out for a Pittsburgh throw. Pittsburgh have it back in play. Oh, poor pass cut out by Stauffer there. And now Delu, I should say, trying to run into space. And well done there by Bautista in the end. He plays a long diagonal out towards Delu, or out towards Stauffer, who had now taken up that spot a little further forward. Weber trying to chip a ball through for a run from Stauffer, but cut out by Etu. But then Weber wins it back. Weber, nice little toe drag here. Cuts it back. Delu! Oh! What a chance. Alex Delu, it was on his left foot, and he just didn't wrap his foot around it in the way that he would have wanted. Very, very nearly for Tulsa. And what a sequence from Jamie Weber, who hasn't been that involved up till now. And Delu opted for power. He got put under just enough pressure that he felt like he had to take the shot first time and just couldn't get his foot over the ball. He ended up going for power. He probably should have tried to place it a bit more, but first real look for Tulsa. And, the first, I would say, purposeful shot, if not the first dangerous shot of the game from either side. But what a chance, Alex Delu, to open the scoring, and couldn't quite put his name up in lights to open things here. Stauffer with a loose touch and out for a Pittsburgh throw. Foul goes Tulsa's way. For those keeping score at home, I am approaching the 18th minute, so 17:59:18, or I should say the 19th minute now, but 18 on the clock. That's how that works. Derek looking to take this free kick. Derek with the long ball forward. Won by Kali. Nice footwork from Almedkar. The shot was blocked. Kept in by Tulsa. This is where the press is going to start to tell, maybe, as foul given against Delence Pierre for getting a little too physical with Augie Williams there. But free kick, Pittsburgh. Man, Weber is really getting on the ball here for Tulsa, and just in terms of his press resistance and being able to maintain some possession for the Scissor Tails. It's been a bit of a game changer. Nice touch from Souza. He's going around the corner here. Really nicely done. And Cross came in and cleared away from Pittsburgh. That was a very, very dangerous area that he whipped that ball into. And yeah, wow. What a move from Souza there. DeLu not able to squeeze his pass past Biasi, and now a foul goes Pittsburgh's way. Yeah, just quite a good start. We played 20 minutes, and there's been action, if not a ton of goal mouth action, but there has been action at both ends. Biasi hit the woodwork with a, they would call it a cross come shot, I guess, in in the UK, as a nice through ball here. Elmedkar's running onto it. He's got Calera with him. Taylor Calera, and the shot was blocked. Really well done there by Pittsburgh retreating. But Tulsa are starting to amp up the pressure here as we have played 20 minutes in the first half of the championship final. And it's been these spaces that they've been able to counter into for Pittsburgh. And I think Calera getting some words from his left-hand side, because Sousa busted a lung to get up that left-hand flank and was in space. And Calera, now, when you've got 17 goals in 31 games and are, top scorer and all that sort of stuff, I think your eyes get pretty big once you enter the 18-yard box, and a case could have been made for a pass there. Coley winning the ball back, but then Pittsburgh winning it straight back themselves and opting to go long. Augie Williams is into space. Flag stays down. He takes it down, and what a save. Tyler Derrick, one hand keeps him out. I don't know if it was 100% on target, but what a big hand from Tyler Derrick. This is a fantastic run from Augie Williams to spot the space in behind. He's found so well. And then, I mean, one-on-one like that, there's very few players in the league that you'd want taking that shot. And what a big hand from Tyler Derrick. Incredible, because it did look like that was going in. I don't have an angle from behind the shot specifically, but what a save. And corner now for Pittsburgh. And the game has really burst into life here the last 4 or 5 minutes, as both teams are threatening now to open the scoring. Little chat with the referee as Augie Williams and Sousa are grappling out there at the far post. Near post, flicked on by a Tulsa head, and it looked like it may have been heading anywhere off the head of Ian, but it's out for another corner. Wow. Ball comes in, headed away by Tulsa. It'll go out for a throw, and it looks like Pittsburgh might set up for a long throw here. Nope, I was immediately wrong, but the cross does come in, and now Tulsa have a chance on the counter here. Elmedkar from Calera, back towards Calera. Calera trying to get there, does eventually get there, but he was slowed down in the process. Calera, well defended in the end, although Weber's going to keep this in. And now throw for Barnes. Did really well against Calera there. Throw comes in from Pittsburgh. Down the line to Augie Williams. Shout out to Augie for dyeing the hair. I know he has done that, but it just makes him so easy to spot on the stream when you're when you're trying to pick out who's who. It's always nice to have something that distinguishing. As the ball forward from Pittsburgh cut out by Tulsa, but then it comes straight back. Pittsburgh trying to play it down the line. It was Barnes chasing, and they're going to usher this out. No, foul from Barnes, and it'll be a free kick. Free kick for FC Tulsa inside their own box. Atmosphere wonderful. ONEOK absolutely packed. So shout out to the Tulsa fans for showing up and showing out throughout this, and shout out to the Pittsburgh fans who made what is a absolutely diabolical bus ride from Pittsburgh to Tulsa. 16 hours is what I heard. So no shortage of passion on either side. Pittsburgh trying to play it forward. Stauffer's going to get there, and he's going to launch it forward himself. Who's going to get to the second ball here? It's Pittsburgh. Now the ball forward. Bautista did really well there to win the initial ball. El Medkar finds Deleu eventually. Colley couldn't run onto it, but Deleu will. Deleu into the box and cut out at the last moment by Pittsburgh and out for a throw. It was Suber who intervened there. This will be a long throw likely for Tulsa. We've seen this sort of thing. Stauffer hyping the crowd up at that end. Stauffer wearing, the captain for this one, should be said. Throw comes in and booted clear by Pittsburgh into touch. That was Sample with the clearance. There's now a Tulsa player's gone down holding his head. No foul. And it looks like maybe Ian got a poke in the eye or... not anything that I can see there. Yeah, Etu didn't do a whole lot wrong there, I would say. But referee stops it by virtue of the head injury, and maybe Ian was just concerned about getting caught up field, being a center back, and being down on the ground in his half. Maybe there was a opportunity there, but drop ball will go Tulsa's way, and Stauffer will opt to play it backwards here. Derek going long as he has done. No nonsense from Tyler Derrick throughout this, including a really, really great save from Augie Williams, which probably would have opened the scoring. Pittsburgh in possession here. Like we said, Tulsa pretty happy for Pittsburgh to have the ball as long as they, then get the chance to counter. As a foul here from Delence Pierre. And Pittsburgh have a chance to deliver something here. They opt to play it across to Biasi. Biasi chips a ball towards the far side, and it's chipped out. Deleu, who's switched sides now for Tulsa, able to take it down. Ball flicked on. Colley can't run onto it. And now Mertz, he won the head down there from Bautista, and Bautista did well to... Oh, it's fallen to Etu! Oh, my... Yikes. Yeah, that was that will not go down. It'll go down as a good XG, a good pre-shot XG chance. The shot itself, wow. Really surprising to see someone like Junior Etu fluff his lines to that extent from there. I'm not saying he definitely would have scored, but great chance to get a shot on target. Yeah, everyone in the stadium has been on their feet. There's not a single solitary ass in those seats. They are all stood. DeLu trying to restart with a quick throw in here, but opts to let Stauffer come up and take it. Weber playing it across to Souza. Souza looks to play a deep cross in. Calera looked to nod it across for Medcar, but couldn't quite pull it off. But Coley able to find Stauffer. And this is where second phase of a set piece. This is where they're trying to find something. Stauffer making a run down the line, found by DeLu, and earns a corner. Corner for FC Tulsa. Yeah, very entertaining first half, even with the lack of goals. Both teams really going for it, and you got to commend both. This has not been, I would say this has been a bit of an atypical Riverhounds performance in that they've gotten the ball and they've tried to play quite a bit with it. Tulsa, trying to counterattack as you'd expect, and now a really great chance from a corner to make the pressure count. Weber takes it. Poor corner in the end towards the near post. Back to Weber out on the edge. Ball comes into the area, blocked away, and then cleared. Williams, though, his return pass is cut out by Tulsa. Stauffer will launch it back in. Weber wins another header, really leapt well there, but it's left a Pittsburgh player in a heap. I think that might be Luke Biasi who's down. And still we play on. Now the referee will stop play. Yeah, it's Biasi, and he's remonstrating with the assistant ref for what's happened here. So both players leaping for the ball. I think Biasi is probably saying something along the lines of Weber's knee makes contact with his abdomen area. Probably didn't feel great. And I think they both are entitled to go for that ball. And Weber wins the ball, which I think is clear, but he definitely, that will not have felt good for Luke Biasi. That's for sure. Luke Spencer giving it to the cameraman, get out of the way, dude. All right, referee looking to restart play, and it's going to be a drop ball for FC Tulsa after it was in their possession, but the referee decided to stop play because of the injury. It was not a foul, just to be clear. So anyways, ball played out to the left-hand side for Tulsa to Souza, back to Batista. Now it's Coley who drops deep to receive the ball, but his pass cut out by Sample. And then it looked like Calera might have done enough to win the throw there, but it does go Pittsburgh's way. Bit of a 50-50 decision, as they are, because there's only two teams. So it either is a throw for one or a throw for the other. So it's literally a 50-50 decision. I think you guys get what I'm saying. All right, Pittsburgh back on the ball here, and Etu's made a storming run forward down the left-hand side. He's ridden down by Ian, and the free kick is given Pittsburgh's way in a bit of a dangerous area out here on the left wing. Place for Pittsburgh to whip the ball in here, and it was a really good run. I think Etu's done well here to sort of use his body as a shield and he just about gets his shoulder in front as he sees that Ian is going to go for the shoulder to shoulder. He just kind of eases his shoulder in front to where it makes it look a little worse than it is. But yeah, foul given, and now Pittsburgh have a shot. Very good set piece opportunity here. And these are, not to be cliche, but these are the sort of things that Pittsburgh will absolutely be looking for, whether it's Augie Williams on the break or looking for opportunities on set pieces. This is what we're looking forward to. Free kick coming in to the far post, headed away. It looked like maybe there was a foul against Tyler Derrick there, and yeah, it is given in the end. You're always playing a bit of a 50-50. I got to stop saying that. You're always playing a bit of a dangerous game when you're going to make contact with the goalkeeper, because you essentially leave it in the referee's hands. And when you don't have VAR as a backstop, not that that's even a great backstop when it is available, but when you don't have VAR, it does... I would say most referees are going to be very, very hesitant to give a goal in which there is contact with the goalkeeper because of the look that it probably was a foul, even though I would say most contact with the goalkeeper in some of these situations is somewhat marginal. And yeah. Derrick going long, header won by Pittsburgh, and the initial touch there from Almedkar kind of gets everybody in trouble, and now a little bit out of sequence here, Tulsa, and now a foul is going to go after they initially played advantage. Charles All kind of wiped out by Lamar Batista here. Not a particularly good challenge. I know that Pittsburgh players probably asking for a card. It was initially like, oh yeah, Batista's gone for a clearance, and he's just missed the ball, and instead he's cleared out Charles All. Again, painful one. That's not going to be a card in a final. If he caught him with the studs, right? Like if it's completely mistimed and he catches him with the studs, then yep. Kicking through someone like that, hey, for me, it's a foul. Totally. Is it a yellow? No, I don't think so. He got Charlie Brown, right? Like Charles All pulled the ball away. So getting Charlie Brown is not a yellow card. Flicked on, save by Tyler Derrick. And yeah, as Frank says in the chat, Tulsa living a bit dangerously with giving away these set pieces. Pittsburgh is notoriously good from set pieces, and the flick on from Sample there was almost there. Yeah, just a bit outside, as they're at ONEOK Field, which is a baseball field. Tyler Derrick going long, and man, the back and forth of this first half has been really something wonderful. Just from a neutral standpoint, I've really enjoyed the energy of this game. It's a nice ball in here. Might find Sousa. He's gone down, but there's nothing there. Barnes did well to just about deal with it, and they are just about dealing with the pressure here as Batista now trying to keep this ball in, and Pittsburgh win a throw. Good pressure and tracking back from Augie Williams. But yeah, this has been a fantastic first half, despite the fact that it is 0-0. Chances for both teams. I think if Pittsburgh keep getting chances, that was nearly there from Sousa, and it's actually Barnes' foot kind of trips him up, and not in a foul sort of way, but it just did enough to put him off to where that little bit of contact kept Sousa from getting onto that ball, because that would have been quite the opportunity. What a pass here, as now it's in for Almedkar. He's cut it back, and it's cleared away by Pittsburgh. It'll be a Tulsa throw, but what a pass that was. I'm not sure who made that pass. It might have been Ian out there on the right-hand side of center back, because I was too busy talking about contact between Sousa and Barnes, but what a pass that was for Khalil Almedkar, who made that wonderful outside in run across the 18-yard box. And wow, big opportunity. And now Tulsa will get a long throw here. Stauffer trying to go long. Stauffer. Long throw. It's flicked to the back post. What a save! What a save! Wow. BDE. BDE. How is that not even a thing? What a save. It was flicked on at the near post. Perfect set piece design. And Khalil El-Medkar. Wow, what a save. Eric Dick. Absolutely unbelievable. Tulsa again. This one will be tame and caught by Eric Dick, but wow. Wow. Yeah, and for anyone who's watching on for anyone who's watching on terrestrial TV, your feed is going to be a lot quicker than mine because I'm watching on my computer on Paramount Plus, which is inevitably going to be slower. And then also you're seeing this from a stream that I'm doing, so it's going to be even further behind, like for you guys. But it should hopefully not be too bad. But yeah, on terrestrial TV, it's definitely going to be a lot more. Like further ahead from if you were watching on like Paramount or something like that. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Pittsburgh use the end of this game as the chance to make any announcements. I mean, I've heard rumblings. It's nothing. I don't think that will be earth shattering, but it'll just basically be. Let's face it, he's probably not going to be there after this season. So we probably just need to get real about that. And I mean, I appreciate the consideration. I also don't want to ruin the experience for you guys. If you want to go nuts, like go nuts. I'll get there eventually. So we've got wow, that was a flurry of action from Tulsa, and man, what a save. Eric Dick, it truly I don't know that you can necessarily understate, you can't overstate. That makes no sense. You can't overstate just how important Eric Dick has been to this playoff run. Oh yeah. Oh, hate this. Yep. So Tulsa in possession. I'll be the commentary, I guess, while while you're watching commercials. Tulsa in possession, but Pittsburgh able to put things forward. This is also I don't know if anyone here are motorsports fans. But for motorsports, everywhere in the world, they show commercials everywhere, and there's also advertisements on every single thing in the whole motorsport, right? Like everything's sponsored. More after this. Pittsburgh storming into the area, and they've won a corner. Here. Another corner. I think it was Batista who was basically saying to the referee that he thought it came off of Pittsburgh last, but yeah. Corner. Pittsburgh played into the center towards Augie Williams. It's headed away. Overhead kick back in, and then Augie Williams. Is the flag up? Augie, what a miss. If he's onside, Augie swiveled from this overhead cross back in, and he has somehow dragged it wide. Oh my. I feel like he was literally looking across to the offside flag when he dragged it wide. Like, please put the flag up. Please. Because it was a very borderline about whether he was onside or not. But what a miss. What a miss. Wow, how close can both teams come without scoring a goal? This is absolutely, I mean, it's Eric Dick at one end and Augie Williams at the other. Lamar Bautista with a little FIFA fake pass shot here, trying to fake out Charles All as he closed down. And we're into 2 minutes now of added time here at the end of the first half. Feels a little light for me, 2 minutes, I'll be honest. Feels quite light as now Barnes commits a foul on Lamar Bautista. I feel like there's been, despite the fact that it's been a lot of action in the first half, I do feel like there's been a lot of stoppages for like injuries and, you know, different things. So. So, long ball forward, brought down by Calera. Calera or Calera? What have we come? Calera. Some people are saying Calera. I know that's not right. Because it's Portuguese, right? Like it's Calera. I would say Calera. But there are people saying Calera, which I'm like, I don't think it's Calera. I don't know much about Brazil, but Tulsa right back onto the ball. Well won. Colley's actually had a quietly very good game, as has Weber. And Weber plays this pass out to Stauffer. What's Stauffer going to do? Out wide. DeLu is there. Out on this right-hand side. DeLu. Long cross comes in, and Dick able to collect. Dick sprung into action. And that is halftime. 0-0, but you wouldn't know it if you'd watched the match. What a half from ONEOK Field. What a final so far. This has been absolutely wonderful. 0-0. There were a couple of big moments in the first half. Luke Biasi actually cracked the woodwork with what I think was meant to be a cross or a ball into the box, sort of a deep cross. And he cracked the woodwork with it, nearly opening the scoring with Tyler Derrick sprawling. And then at the other end, a couple of really good chances. Alex DeLu smashed a shot just high and wide, and Eric Dick just absolutely doing what he's done these entire playoffs in keeping people out. And so Eric Dick making a huge save from a Khalil Al-Medkar header from a set piece. And yeah, similarly, just a couple of big chances. And then Augie Williams dragging a shot wide, one of the most accomplished goal scorers in the league's history, dragging a shot wide when through on goal after an overhead kick, like back into the box in the second phase from a set piece. So let me know, for those of you hanging out in the chat, let me know what you guys thought of the first half. Let me know what you think the second half will hold. And we're also going to hopefully get some sideline correspondent reports here from our on-site reporter, Kaylor Hodges. But in the meantime, I'm also going to be joined by a very special guest. Here, come here. Oh, it's soccer today. Can you say hello? What'd you think of the first half? Yeah. You're not hungry? Okay, makes sense. Well, she may not be hungry, but the both teams in the first half certainly were. They had absolutely. Yeah, I guess a lot of chances in the first half, and just shocking that there are no goals. I'm just sending a text here to our sideline correspondent. Yeah. It's funny, you wouldn't know from that little clip, but the bright lights of the StreamYard have really awed her here. So she's normally quite talkative. You'll probably hear her off mic now, but but anyways, I'm just waiting to see if we're going to have the ability to get Kaylor in. Obviously, everybody at halftime is going to be using the ONEOK Wi-Fi, so we'll see if we can get folks in. And I did want to say that I know it's a lot of potential inputs and all this sort of stuff, but if you have SiriusXM or access to that in any way, if you have access to that, John, aka USL Tactics, will actually be doing some like sideline reporting for them as well. So for anyone who has he is actually on the official one, which is pretty cool. So yeah, it's really, really cool. Does anyone think this will go to extra time? I mean, I'd be interested to think what you guys think. The only reason that this goes to extra time is the keepers, because chance creation wise, both teams have done quite well, actually better than what I was necessarily anticipating. I think I expected it to be a lot more cagey, a lot more sort of cautious from both sides. And so for them to be creating chances this way, I do think that is it's encouraging. But I think if there starts to be scoring, I don't know, I start to see less of a road to extra time, because I think if one team opens the scoring, then suddenly the other team has to get more open in response to be able to equalize and all that stuff. And sometimes it can spin out of control. So I think it gets less likely the second that there is a goal. But yeah. Well, I know Kaylor is in amongst it at the moment, so I'm sure he'll hop on if and when he has the opportunity. I am I did want to say, for longtime viewers, we did have a real life Alan sighting in our group chat, which has been a rarity. And like, for good reason. Alan has, entitled to his own life. And I did just want to say that he made the joke that Tulsa's flags were white, which he felt was a bold choice, given that, waving white flags is obviously associated with surrender. So luckily, Tulsa has not debuted. Debuted. They showed this little graphic on the screen, and I immediately just start reading. The reality here is wow, what was I even saying? I don't know. Wish I could tell you. Yeah, they haven't surrendered, I should say. They've obviously been right in the thick of things, and we are now joined live from the sidelines by Kaylor Hodges. Kaylor, how are we looking?
Hey.
What a first half. It was breathless at times, despite the score still being scoreless at halftime.
Yeah, if somebody's joining in and just seeing the score line, they have no idea just how good of a match this has been. I don't know how well it's going on TV, but I can tell you that Khalil Medkar is a problem. Like, he has been easily MVP of the game. Meanwhile, I don't know about you guys, but Pittsburgh has had the better of the chances. They have forced Tyler Derrick into making saves. Almost had a completely Biasi totally meant to shoot that far post, and it wasn't a missed cross. But it's been awesome. Meanwhile, there was a moment, and I'm trying to remember who had the ball. It was early on. The ball lands at the feet of, it might have been Toto Kalira, and he has a wide open goal to shoot on, and he tries to get it over to his left foot, and it gets just cleared away in time. That if he takes it first time, he has Eric Dick beat. And it has been end-to-end intense stuff. The run of play, easily Tulsa. But Pittsburgh has been so good at taking their chances when they have them.
Yeah, it seems like set pieces have been particularly good in that Pittsburgh have done well to draw some fouls in some dangerous areas, which we know that they're going to set up. These are the Riverhounds we're talking about. And even without Bob Lilly, we know that conceding those sorts of chances to Pittsburgh is living dangerously. And Augie Williams may be ruining his chance the most in that he unexpectedly had the ball in behind, and somehow, some way, one of the best goal scorers to ever play in this league drags his shot wide.
This is a clear moment of if he's in form, he scores, right? I have never seen it more clear as day because he just shins it. He is off by 2 inches from putting this easily, and that's not even just wide the post. If he just connects it with the laces, it's 1-0. I mean, it has been that close. And meanwhile, though, with Augie Williams, he has been a really good linchpin for them in the midfield, dropping in deep, collecting the ball, being an anchor, spraying it out wide. This is something we talked about this Tuesday. That the reason why I think Pittsburgh has a better chance than New Mexico did, A, Pittsburgh actually has a game plan on how to work around the press. B, Augie Williams dropping in deep, winning the ball, and just being an ability to pass the ball out wide to wingers. That is something that New Mexico did not have. They were just praying that Akale could just run up the pitch and beat everybody. It didn't work. This is working right now. Are they under pressure? Yeah. Have they had silly turnovers? Of course. But it is still working, and it's been really impressive. You mentioned set pieces. John and I were talking to Caleb Sewell, the technical director for FC Tulsa, before the match. And he said this is a match that's going to come down to set pieces. He said Pittsburgh is good at them, but so are we. This is going to be who is able to control this a little bit better. And I think we're really seeing that now, where Tulsa's had a couple of chances from the long throw. They had one good one from a corner that Dick just puts over the bar. But right now, Pittsburgh has had the better of the opportunities.
With speaking of the keepers, who, if you combine their names, you could just say Tyler, Derek, Dick. If you combine them that way. Anyways, between the two keepers, they both pulled off some incredible saves in that first half. And I mean, obviously, with you being the resident goalkeeping expert on the USL show, how satisfying is it to see like two of the best keepers that are a big part of the reason why these teams are even in this position in the first place show what they can do in a final like this?
Yeah, so especially what I saw out of Eric Dick is, despite Pittsburgh being under pressure, he hasn't had a lot to do. He's been aggressive with claiming crosses. He had the one good save over the bar. But other than that, it's been claiming crosses, setting up the back line. Meanwhile, Tyler Derrick has been called into action. During warm-ups, I told John I was not impressed with what I was seeing out of Tyler Derrick as the Tulsa players were coming back onto the pitch right now. But I was not impressed with what I was seeing out of Derrick. I thought Peñaranda looked much better in warm-ups. I also think Peñaranda is just a better goalkeeper. But as soon as the game turned on, Tyler Derrick's a different guy. You can just tell this is a guy who's been around for a long time, and he's just able to turn it on and be just a real good veteran presence for this club.
The both teams, I mean, having some maybe performances fly under the radar at the moment, but you mentioned maybe being impressed by El Medcar in the first half. Who for you on Pittsburgh side has been that maybe engine room kind of guy, or the person who's kept this performance ticking for them?
It's a little bit hard to tell from where I am on the pitch. I am right in front of the Tulsa supporters, but I've been really impressed with what I've been seeing out of Biasi. I think he has been very good at shutting down the Tulsa right-hand side. I know that's easier said than done, but he's been really good at that. He's been showing why he's one of the best in the league. So he's been impressive. But is it a cop out to just say loosely, just point at Danny Griffin, because he's been unbelievable?
Yeah, no, that's never a cop out to say Danny Griffin for Pittsburgh. On Tulsa side, I know one thing that will need to continue to be true for them to be successful in this match is this midfield. And it felt like maybe after about 20 minutes, Colley and Weber really started to step on the gas and really kind of show what they were doing, or are able to do in the side. What impressed you about Tulsa's midfield performance in that first half?
Suffocating. They've been really good at working in tight spaces. It's not like Pittsburgh has been giving them time. They have, specifically Weber, has been great at just working at having three guys on them and just getting the ball out wide, especially over to Sousa, where they are really going after. Oh my gosh, who is playing right center back for Pittsburgh?
Oh, Barnes. No, wait.
Yes.
Barnes is out on the wing, or
right center back. Who is it? Now I'm blanking.
Oh, Edrock.
Thank you.
Yep.
They're going after him, and it's been really impressive. As this game is now kicking off again, so I'm going to leave you. Enjoy the rest of the game. I will see you in the post game.
Likewise. Stay warm out there, Kaylor, and we'll see you. All right. Well, we are getting ready to get back underway, and you can see the delay between real life and and the stream in literal real time as we get ready to get back going here in the second half. 0-0, Tulsa and Pittsburgh. But as you can see, 10 shots between the two teams, 3 on target between the two teams, and 50-50 possession. This goal, or this game, is a couple of big fingertips away from being 1-1 at the moment, or maybe even 2-1 to Pittsburgh in a different universe where Augie Williams just spins slightly less. But we have kickoff in the second half. Tulsa getting things started, now going right to left on the screen, and they immediately go for that long ball over the top out to that left-hand side. And almost feels a little bit, if they start to favor the near sideline again, it'll be the opposite flank that they favored in the first half. And that feels a little bit like how I play FIFA, where whoever is closer to me on the screen ends up getting the ball more. I don't know if anyone else experiences that, but. And yeah, I still call it FIFA. Okay. EAFC. I absolutely will not. I will not. Tulsa getting things forward. El Medcar not quite able to bring that one under control. And now Augie Williams trying to find a outlet here. Now chip forward. Mertz hacked down, but Pittsburgh playing on. And Sousa just about able to boot this one clear. Nicely done. DeLu, and it was Calera who ended up down on the sideline, and then DeLu was subsequently fouled. So I would, if I'm Pittsburgh, I'm most scared of Lukic entering the game right at the end of regular time, because that is just when he simply pops up with goals. Sousa playing this one down the left-hand side towards El Medcar. And poked out for a Tulsa throw. Trying to keep my focus here. Literally, like the camera focus. You get what I mean. Sousa lining up for a long throw. And this is the side of the field because Sousa is a bit of a specialist when it comes to these. He's been dangerous for Tulsa from these sort of situations, and most of the throws were going to Stauffer in the first half, but headed away at the near post. Sousa gets back to it and pokes the ball through. It looks like maybe Ian was offside. No flag. And Tulsa will hold the ball in here through Colley. Nice move there to avoid the press from Charles All. Plays a ball across the 18-yard box, which Calera can't bring under control. And Augie Williams is sprinting away with this, but Calera tracks him down. And now this is where the press can get dangerous, but well recovered by Pittsburgh. All to Augie Williams. It's a flat pass, but Weber wasn't alive to it for Tulsa, and Pittsburgh able to keep control. And then Stauffer comes away with that one. Robust challenge, and then Sample comes in with a challenge of his own, wins it back for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's time to press. Now Charles All with a little bit of space. He plays it out to Barnes. Barnes making a run into the area, crosses it, and headed back up in the air, and then eventually out by Sousa. But Pittsburgh keeping the pressure on, and Tulsa just about able to clear this one. But wow, these teams have come flying out of the blocks in the first half. People running everywhere, and ball chipped over the top. Pittsburgh onto this one. It's with Barnes out on the right flank. And now ball into the box, this time headed away by Tulsa. And but Pittsburgh really laying on the pressure here. Calera. Interesting. Tyler Derrick catches the cross in from the right-hand side from Pittsburgh, and All not able to really wrap his foot around that one. And Derrick will get things started, but really, really well done. Just a very nice start to the half here for Pittsburgh to kind of increase and ratchet up the intensity. I don't know that they had that level of sustained pressure often in the first half, as Sousa floats a long diagonal ball in towards DeLue that's caught by Dick, and Dick will look to redistribute. Stauffer chasing the long ball down and then booting it back himself. DeLue's done a bit of this of not competing for and actually Biasi is making the point to the referee that DeLue keeps doing these undercuts like when he's going up for headers, and is asking for a card because DeLue, playing the man. Biasi was jumping for the ball. Now, I would say Biasi anticipated the contact a little bit and didn't jump as much as he would have. But that being said, he is pointing out that maybe DeLue has done that a few times, and I would agree. I wouldn't, again, not agreeing that it necessarily deserves a sanction, but I think the referee talking to DeLue at this point is probably worthwhile. Talking to both of them seems a little bit odd, and now handball is going to go against Pittsburgh. And Mertz making the case that it hit him in the face and not the hand, but the hand was in the area, and sometimes that's enough. Tulsa back in possession, and I mean, opening 5 minutes, it's been all Riverhounds, but obviously that can turn on a dime. As long ball up towards Calera. Stauffer holds on to it, but DeLue's touch lets him down, and I think Weber needs to get a handle. Shout out to the guy in the Pittsburgh crowd wearing the USLPA shirt that they wore in the warmups. So I don't know if that's something they got out to certain supporters or if someone knows a player or whatever, but that would have been the power move. Actually, USLPA. Oh, that's a poor pass. Medkar will latch onto this one, and just enough done by Barnes in the end to work it back to Dick. But that was not the sort of pass that you can make through Tulsa's press, as I think New Mexico found out last week. They will not want to make many of those square passes, aimless square passes in that sort of territory, as Tulsa wins the initial header. Etu trying to get onto this with DeLu in the area, and DeLu blocks it, and Stauffer not able to keep it in, as it is a throw to Pittsburgh. The power move would have been trying to distribute as many of those shirts as possible to the supporters groups, because that would have been actually sick if more people in the crowd had them. Now, I know, producing thousands of shirts is not something that's easily done, so I get it. And poor pass through the midfield, and foul comes in. That was really sharply done in that case. And Tulsa looking to get play restarted quickly with a long switch out towards Sousa. Nice play here for Tulsa. Working their way into the box. It was on Medcar. DeLu, and now Kali. DeLu's going to look to whip one in, but it's blocked, and Pittsburgh able to put it into touch for a throw. That was actually a very, very nice sequence through Tulsa's midfield, which I think they need to do more of. And obviously, I'm not, Pittsburgh has done a lot of work and a lot of hard yards there in midfield to make that less of an appealing option. But I do think that Tulsa and Pittsburgh, to an extent, have defaulted to going long too often. And I get why, but it just feels like there's opportunity for them to get the ball down and play a little bit, as this ball into the feet of Calera. Weber can't quite direct the ball out to Sousa that he was looking for. And Charles All running away now. Sample looking to go long. Augie Williams, he's got Delence Pierre with him. Williams opts to lay it off here. And now Pittsburgh opting for the more patient approach. Idrak, Suber, and now Biasi. It's gone into midfield, and this is where Tulsa looking to engage, and they do win the ball here. Weber. And Sousa able to find the feet of Calera, who looked for a ball around the corner to El Medcar, but couldn't quite find it. We'll see if Bill Gray's prediction comes true, that DeLu will score, but we will see. He had a good chance in the first half, so it's not to say that he won't get another one. As Bautista looking to get things restarted for FC Tulsa. We are at as a Best Western ad comes up, as I'm about to tell you what time we're at, but we're in the 56th minute, and still 0-0. Tulsa and Pittsburgh in the USL Championship Final, apparently brought to you by Best Western Hotels and Resorts. So 55, 32, 33, 34 is where I'm at on the clock for anyone keeping score at home. And Eric Dick with the ball in his hands. Just the one, though. So going long here. And knocked down in one. Charles All able to find Barnes out on the left-hand side, but his initial touch was heavy. I think he was looking for a 1-2 with Robbie Mertz there, and just couldn't quite get the touch right. We got the Vuvuzuelas out. We've got the flags out. And Tyler Derrick looking to restart. He's going to go long again. If there are prop bettors out there, just over under 20 long passes. Oh yeah. And this has got to be a yellow for DeLu. It's yep. DeLu had to know that he can't do it again, right? Like it's this type of foul where he looks like he's going to jump. He baits Biasi into jumping, and then he leans into him. It's it's just silly from Delu. After getting a talking to, like, just if you're not going to compete for those, just don't jump, right? Like, or don't engage the player once they're jumping. But if you're not going to compete for those headers, that's fine. But easing under them and trying to wipe them out is, like, the ref was wise to it. And actually, I will say, like, credit to the referee for taking that approach, because it's not as if Delu can have any complaints about getting booked there. He just got spoken to about it like less than 5 minutes ago. Just silly stuff from Alex Delu, and now the first yellow card of the game in what has been a quite sensibly refereed game. I have to say, well done from Sousa here, and his cross just cut out. There was real danger simmering there under the surface, and now Pittsburgh looking to break the other way. Mertz just looking for an option, but couldn't keep the momentum going forward. Sample. Almedkar in the press. He's running at the back line. He's going past, and he's taking on multiple people, and it's in towards Calera, and wow, what an intervention in the end. It was Suber, I think, who slid in and kept that from being a tap in for Calera. What a sequence, as Frank says in the chat. Wow. Almedkar just absolutely just running his socks off. And in the end, it's a corner for Tulsa. So big opportunity here. They nearly scored, Almedkar nearly scored from a corner. They got that near post flick on. It's what they've gone for. And Weber is over this one, who he has delivered the last few. So this will be an in-swinger from Tulsa. 59th minute. Cross comes in, well caught by Eric Dick. He's just like, you can't put it anywhere near the guy. He's just an absolute vacuum cleaner. Eric Dick just absolutely sucks up everything that comes near him. The well here, when I tell you, it is infinite. There is no end to the amount of Eric Dick jokes that I can make. It's also playing the ball forward, but now a bit of ping pong in midfield. And the first person who can get it down is Delu. Calera, Weber. Nice ball through for Colley. Nice footwork in the center of midfield to hold on to the ball there for Colley. Sousa looking for the cross, just wanted a little bit too much time, and it's closed down. And there's a baseball field for you. Look at the spin that thing took. That was like trying to play a short hop grounder. That thing spun absolutely backwards the wrong way off of the sideline there. But yeah, for any of my fellow former infielders, that was quite the wild hop that we were trying to play out there on the sideline. But it does mean now that there's a foul given, and Tulsa have a free kick. We're in the 61st minute, 60-20. My clock ticks across, and Tulsa's going to whip this one in towards the center of the goal. Played back out. Colley going to take a second opportunity to whip this one in, and Eric Dick, he's just been really proactive back there. He is just making use of that long frame and going up and claiming all of these crosses. There's not anything in the area that he's not getting to, and well claimed, very easy. And now was there just a bit of an elbow in here from Charles All? The captain's getting, well, no, not even the captains. Augie Williams and Lucas Telfer getting talked to. Yeah, I mean, so there's no elbow in there. There's no elbow in there, but I do think that All a little bit knows what he's doing. Man. Seeing Luke Spencer, that's just like really, it's just really wild because that I get that it was a long time ago, technically. And in my mind, that was not that long ago. Like, what do you mean 2012 was 13 years ago? Cross coming in from deep, but Dick rising and catches it. Well done from Barnes here to win the ball for Pittsburgh and eventually win the free kick off of the long ball from Dick. All right, referee is going to pace out the, he's going to try to diffuse tensions here by making Lucas Stauffer take the long 10 steps back. And Robbie Mertz over this one. Mertz obviously scored the winner against Rhode Island to put Pittsburgh into this game. Mertz looking for a good delivery here. Deep cross, and it was met by Sample, but over the bar. Sample goes down, holding his abdomen here. I do feel like it had more to do with the landing than anything that actually happened in the sequence of play. Oh yeah, I mean he maybe does get a bit of a shove at the back post, but nothing that you wouldn't see, right? Nothing that you wouldn't see, but Sample with a decent opportunity there. And I think he's saying a couple of things to the ref about, hey, maybe there was a shove. Don't know if you noticed that, but Calera competing for the first ball here, but still kind of up in the air off of the Derek Long goal kick. Now headed forward. Tulsa keeping some pressure up here. Weber's just impressed me. His press resistance is really good. But ball lost here now by Tulsa, and actually quite a bit of space as it's played forward, and Delence Pierre wise to the pass through to Augie Williams and cuts it out, and Tulsa back in possession. But it just shows that like Tulsa's press obviously really tough to play through, and when you do, it inevitably is going to leave you with a little bit of space, as Tulsa able to keep that one in after it initially did not look so good. And Souza, I think probably has to make a bit more of a, as Batista, I thought Batista was probably fouled there, but nothing doing. I think Sousa has to make up his mind a little bit. If he's going to play those deep crosses, like that's completely fine. It's been shown that like it can work. It causes chaos in the box, all that sort of stuff. You can get a knockdown and get some easy shots. And he's having a lot of them blocked, where I think he probably would benefit from just playing it as early as possible, rather than drawing the defender in and trying to like get them to bite. If you're gonna play that ball, just play it first time, or not first time, but play it early, because you're just opening yourself up to, like he did here. He actually chipped it over the top towards Calera, but no one's actually in the box in that particular case. But he made up his mind quickly, which I think is unfortunate. Like that's somewhat what Sousa will need to do, because I think he's just asked for a little bit too much time on the ball, maybe up to this time. Although he's been good, don't get me wrong, but I think in that specific aspect of his game, as Almedkar gives the ball away here, and now Etu looking down the line for Charles All, who's run into space out on the far touchline. All will whip in a ball. Body's going down in the Tulsa penalty area, and I think it's a goal kick, or maybe it's gone. I think they have given a corner here. I think Bautista thought that was going to go for a goal kick, because otherwise I'm sure he would have tried to put it out for a throw at least. But corner now for Pittsburgh, and we know that they've had opportunities from corners, the sample chance most recently, but the Augie Williams chance was the second phase of a corner. So yeah, opportunity here. Mertz. Barnes chip to the back post, and this is going to be ushered out for a Tulsa goal kick. Well done by Delence Pierre. Yeah, that was not up to snuff. I think you could see that they were trying to change the angle, and they're trying to get people to draw people out for the short corner and all that sort of stuff. And I think Tulsa just a bit too disciplined in their setup, and that's that's great to see. Still wild. The game's 0-0, 68th minute, but not for lack of trying, as this will now fall to Calera and just gets caught under Almedcar's feet, unfortunately, and Pittsburgh coming away with it. And now a bit of space. Stauffer does well to cut out that ball that was deflected into the path of Augie Williams, and then DeLue took a bit of a heavy early touch that tried to take him into space, and now Pittsburgh going the other way. Bit of a wipeout here, and I think this might be another booking actually for Ian. Yeah, he wasn't going to let Charles all around the corner, and he didn't. Take another look at this. Yeah. I'll say I think he went in with the intention of it being shoulder to shoulder, and it definitely wasn't by the time that he got there. He was actually there a bit sooner than I thought he was going to be. He got there a step early. So 2 bookings now. It is Ian and DeLue on bookings now for Tulsa. No bookings on the Pittsburgh side, so a very disciplined performance so far. And there's not a thing I can think of that would have warranted a booking from Pittsburgh up to this point. But the free kick headed around and booted long, and Pittsburgh now, it looks like, oh my God, that's Stefan Lukic's music. Dun 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 dun. Oh, it's Stefan Lukic. Like, yeah, WWE. Latest extra time goals in USL Championship playoff history. Hey, so fun fact, you know who that Eric Holt playoff goal was scored against at 1:19:09? You want to guess? Real Monarchs, El Paso Locomotive, literally one minute from going to a penalty shootout in the first season of the Western Conference Final. But enough about a now irrelevant team, El Paso Locomotive. That's the last I'll be saying about them. But that Holt goal was ruined my life. So I actually think it may have caused COVID. I don't have like hard evidence for that, but I think it may have actually caused COVID. It's what my sources are telling me. Tulsa in possession here. Chipped into the center. Well tracked down, and then it was hit around the corner for, well, let's just say nobody in particular. Owen Dom also on. So former Lou City youngster, now full-time at Tulsa. And who is the other? Yeah, so Almedcar and DeLue off, and Dam and Lukic on, which is or Dom, I guess it probably is, but anyways, Dom and Lukic on. And yeah, a bit of a a couple of bold changes, but also just trying to switch up how things have been working, and we're getting the new man Lukic on the ball immediately. Lukic into the center. It's headed away by Etu, but only as far as Sousa, who puts it up in the air, and Dick is unsurprisingly stretching to meet it. I feel like I'm learning how Mike and Devin feel like throughout this, right? Like when you're commentating on a Pittsburgh game and Eric Dick is in goal. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Am I misremembering that Eric Dick, former FC Tulsa? Have I not brought up the narrative yet? Yeah. Yeah, he spent a season at FC Tulsa. Made one appearance. What happened there? 2019. Oh, and then he went to Sporting Kansas City. So I guess he thought bigger things were in his future. Long switch out to Souza. He's got space to run in the box. Some appeals for handball from Pittsburgh. Nothing doing there as he finds Dom for some of his first touches. And now Batista back to Souza. Souza will whip in a ball, and it was a near post run, but from Lukic, it's cut back. It'll come to Colley. What a block from a couple of Pittsburgh players. It was a cup of coffee at Tulsa. Yeah. I don't know why I misremembered that. I think I'm also thinking of, there's some like, I'm getting like RGV mania of Eric Bird, who is a different person. Man, everybody putting their body on the line. Suber sample. Nobody was letting that ball in for Colley, but what a chance for Tulsa. There are a couple of times that, and now this is going to be another booking, it looks like, for Weber now this time. And just, it's one of those things where there's this weird dynamic that can exist in games where I actually don't think that's, I think maybe the ref a little bit quick on that one. Weber hasn't really been involved in that much physically. I mean, if he was in Tulsa, he's getting a hot dog. Although, okay, so I think we're going to have to go ahead and have the discussion at some point of between me being originally from outside of Chicago. I know we've got Detroit people, Tulsa people. We're going to have to talk about hot dog culture, like in America. And so anyways, if you guys have a local hot dog that I should be interested in, then you need to tell me about it legally. As this ball into the box dealt with well enough by Souza and Derek able to clean it up. Because as somebody that now lives, well, within driving distance of Detroit, I think there's also hot dog culture in Detroit that I should be aware of. Derek's pass up the middle of the field, not the best, but it does eventually come out to Souza, who all tries to bring down, can't. And now Lukic, who's taken up a little bit more central area than what DeLu was doing. And now Weber through to Stauffer. Stauffer chips it to the back post. Will it come to Souza? No, it will not. It was just about dealt with. Headed back into the center. It's fallen to the feet of Calera. It comes for Colley, who chips it up over the bar. Oh, it did take a deflection. Okay, so it is a corner. Yeah, if it's not an all beef hot dog, it's wrong. So ketchup on a hot dog is anathema. That is not something that I entertain. It's not something that I think about. It's not something that I would ever pursue. I think there are a lot of valid toppings for hot dogs, and tons of stuff out there. And I just don't think that ketchup is strictly necessary. Tulsa with the corner. It's come. Oh my God, it's onto the roof of the net. It like spun out of Eric Dick's hands or off of Eric Dick's like forehead. And wow, that like he's been so sure of himself like the entire game. And this just, it hits him in the hands and then he's flailing and it was a foot. Ian was this close to being the hero. Wow. He just shinned it like right over the bar. What a chance for Tulsa. Holy moly. Oh, the press. Oh, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one from the ref. I'll be honest. The press from Tulsa was on. I think Biasi gets away with one here. I'll be honest. We'll see the replay and maybe the ref's spot on, but I think Biasi got away with one. No replay. Tinfoil hats on. Or also the production team doesn't understand like how potentially important that was. Oh, nice little sequence here from Tulsa, but can't get Calera in. And Stauffer, now the foul coming in, I'm assuming. Yeah, and the pressure's kind of building here. Lukic not happy with the call. Yeah, the fan. Whew. That's coming through the TV for sure. Wow. Yeah, the fans are not pleased with the officiating, which okay, here's the thing. I do think it's a foul. Here's the thing. I don't know that the referee has really done anything necessarily wrong up to this point, except for what they didn't show a replay of, which was the foul, potential non-foul that they gave a couple minutes ago. And I think this has been a very well refereed game. The problem is that it doesn't change the perception that he's lent Pittsburgh's way for somebody who's watching through a Tulsa lens. And so the reality of the situation is that the sentiment in the ground is going to grow increasingly negative until there is a call that they feel goes their way. I think the ref should look for an opportunity sooner than later to let the pressure valve out, because the last thing you want is that call to need to be something that is in the box or borderline, right? Okay, so this should probably be a booking for Charles All. He's got hold of him. It's the second time he's done it in quick succession. Batista letting his thoughts be known. He definitely needs to not get booked. This is definitely a yellow. I mean, he pulls him. That's a yellow all day. Like, that's just not a good decision. So again, the referee had an easy opportunity to let the pressure valve by giving a yellow there. Inconsequential, middle of the field. Like, it's similar to the one he gave for Delu, right? Like, just let the pressure off yourself. Like, I'm not a ref coach, but like, if I was, the fourth official or whatever, I'd be like, hey, just give him yellow. Just because it's going to be easier than not, right? Like, and he deserves it. Like, it's also nailed on that it should have been, but Walty and Usmanu on. Have not yet seen confirmation of who is off, and I will say that the production is lacking in that way. Okay, Sample is off. Like, the fact that the guys in the booth don't even know, and Biasi off. Okay, so some fresh legs, I guess you would say, probably. So a little bit of extra running in midfield, a little fresh legs at the back. Nothing crazy for Pittsburgh, but the game has gotten a little bit tense. Last 10 minutes, each coach is now trying to make the decision of, do you go for it? As Pittsburgh might be in here and well seen out. Lukic, I think, punts it out into touch. And Osamanu is in, takes the throw, and then it's booted clear by Tulsa. Calera doing a lot of running and chasing. But basically, any change you make now, obviously, like, you're trying to get a win. You're trying to get a result as soon as possible. And you have to, like, keep in mind that whatever change you make now is also going to affect potential future penalty kicks. So, like, there are people who are probably going to stay on the pitch a lot longer than they would in a typical situation, where there would be guys who are maybe a little gassed, They don't have the legs, all that sort of stuff. And they're going to have to keep him in, because if this goes to penalties, then you're going to have to, like, there's going to be a potential change there. Oh, a nice little flick here. Lukic, is that a foul? Nothing given. Really well done from Tulsa there. There was a nice little flick around the corner. Oh, and it was Kali, not Lukic. My apologies. I should have noticed, but Calera stretching for that. Can't get to it. Stauffer wins the first ball. That should be a foul, yeah. And this is a dangerous area for Tulsa to have a free kick. We are inside the last 10 minutes. Anything that happens now, very likely decisive, right? Like, very likely decisive. If anything happens in these last, 7 or so minutes, it'll be interesting to see what they add on. They were really light on stoppage time in the first half. I'm not sure if they're deciding, if they would decide to make up for it in the second. I feel like there haven't been that many stoppages, not compared to the first, where there was a lot more sort of action. But big moment here for Tulsa. Set piece. Floated towards the back post, and Dick saw it the whole way, slid over to his right, and was where he needed to be. So catches quite easily. And he'll boot it long. Batista plays the ball in behind. Calera interested. Can't quite get there in front of Suber. All not able to hold on to it. Kali plays the ball across. Lukic does well to escape pressure and brings Stauffer into play out on the far sideline. Stauffer down to the feet of Calera. Calera lays it off. Weber, couple of drags, has a shot. It's blocked, and Pittsburgh have been throwing their bodies in front of everything all morning, ? As Batista now striding forward. We know that he's got a goal. Cross comes in from Souza, and Lukic just about mistimed his jump there, and Pittsburgh able to get it clear, but a little bit of pressure building for Tulsa, and Pittsburgh not really able to get out. Long ball across. Sousa trying to chest it down. Does. And can't quite squeeze the ball across to Coley. And now all trying to escape the pressure. He does. Griffin out wide. Mertz is running into space. Is the ball just a little too long? Ian really fired up. He took a big risk going in there, because if he catches any real part of Griffin to make it look like a foul, he's probably getting sent off. So there's an element of like, chill. Wow. This has been a wonderful game, regardless of which direction this goes. Great feat by Robbie Mertz out on that far sideline. Edrach into the middle and headed away reliably. Calera's running on fumes, you just feel like, up there, but he's going to be in there. He's your scorer after all, as now Lukic goes down maybe a bit dramatically, but Tulsa able to play the ball into space for Souza, who has been, he's been the outlet for much of the second half and really all game. He's been reliable in terms of just being in space and finding a way to get the ball to a playable area of the pitch. And now it works its way out to Stauffer, who's also had quite a good game. And I will always have a soft spot for Lucas Stauffer, despite his short stint at Locomotive. Batista to Souza. They've got Owen Dom in the area. Dom not really able to influence the game in any meaningful way yet. But I think his fresh legs will start to tell a little bit more, particularly if this does end up going to stoppage time. But with both these teams, late goals are possible. Late goals are always on the cards, and drama is 100% still left in this one as Bautista stepped up into space, tried to get to that one. I'm sorry, if they play a commercial in the final 5 minutes of this game, somebody at CBS is getting a letter as foul given there. Jamie Weber, who does not that would have been a bookable offense for sure, but he does need to be a little bit careful. Dom goes to clear, and that actually bit of a heavy. Thought that came off of Pittsburgh last, but maybe it goes for a Pittsburgh throw. And now with a sub rather than seeing what's happening. So we're going to get Boone on. And yeah, what is happening? We've got Kevin Hart, Elf on a Shelf. Yeah, oh man, this is madness. I'll go on a bit of a rant maybe in a second if we have a break between. If this goes into extra time, I'll have a rant about American sports and TV commercials because it's mad. Calera's definitely thought Calera was definitely being fouled there. So we've got Boone on. He came on for Charles All, and Pittsburgh get restarted from a throw. Deflected, and it's a goal kick. No, it was not deflected. I was wrong. Okay, so here's my brief rant on commercials in American sports. The motorsports is a really good example. So soccer, they're now doing it also, apparently. But with American, with soccer in Europe and with motorsports in Europe, it's like, let's put commercials on every single thing that people are watching all the time. And then we won't have to show TV commercials, right? Like everything is going to be sponsored. And then we just won't show commercials except at halftime or during natural breaks in the action, right? Or at the beginning and end of the match, the race, whatever. In America, even for motorsports. So like that's a race that once it starts, like it doesn't really stop unless it's like red flagged or whatever because of a big crash or something. And they have to like, clear debris off of the track or whatever. But once it's going, there's not a natural stopping point as we do have a foul Bautista here on Boone. Boone having his word that it should be a yellow card. But in IndyCar, and I can't speak for NASCAR, I'm sure it's similar, but in IndyCar in the US, those races, they show commercials during it where they fully cut to commercial and they show you the picture-in-picture of the race. But showing a picture-in-picture, God forbid something like consequential happens during that break. You try to time it the best you can. One of these times, they're going to cut to commercial and miss something. Anyways. 3 minutes of stoppage time. We're into the first of those. We played about 20 seconds, and that is behind for a goal kick to FC Tulsa. Delivery from Robbie Mertz, not able to find its intended target at the back post. It's crunch time now. Lukic time, if you will. Lukic time. I don't know. We'll figure it out. There's a pun in there at some point. But yeah, I think it's crazy that American sporting events show commercials during times when the action is actually happening. That's really crazy. Tulsa getting the ball down. I mean, last chance saloon here. As that ball is too long for Sousa. That's been the outlet all game. Tulsa still have just made the 2 changes. And it was in one window, I think. So no further subs. So it's just Dom and Lukic so far for Tulsa. To be fair, the rest of their spine has performed quite well. Bautista, a bit of a miss kick there, and he leaves the space open and leaves folks a little bit exposed. Ian's going to have to be careful here because he's isolated with Mertz. Stays out of trouble just enough, and it goes back to Derek. We are approaching the third of 3 added minimum minutes here. at the end of the 90, still 0-0. Doesn't tell the whole story. I will say the second half did not match the first in terms of action. I think that much is safe to say. So both teams getting actually cagier as the game went on versus what you would maybe expect, which is an interesting flick around the corner for Souza, and then a trip by Usmanu, but not able to be latched onto by Tulsa. And it does increasingly look like we are ticking potentially into an extra time situation. Dom wins the header. This is it. If someone's going to make something happen, it has to happen in the next 20-ish seconds. And it looks like Pittsburgh is happy for this one to get to the locker room. Well, and I don't think they even go to the locker room. I think they just huddle on the field. As this long, hopeful ball forward, Calera chasing. Calera onto that one. That'll be a goal kick, and that'll just about do it for regular time. And it is going to go to extra time. 0-0. Talking about the clean sheets, and yeah, it is really crazy that both of these teams, the first goal that they concede in this, if either of them do concede a goal, will be their first of the entire playoffs, which is just, that's mad. And a huge reason that they are here, just without being too cliche. So full time, second half, not a classic. I think we would say it got chippy. Tempers flared a little bit. Not too bad. I think both teams more or less kept the lid on. Credit to the referee for mostly keeping the lid on, although I do think he had an opportunity to book Charles Hall, which would have left him, because if he has any big decisions to make for Pittsburgh in the extra time period, I think he's going to have trouble giving them a 50-50 like tough decision because of the atmosphere. But extra time, thoughts on the second half, guys? I think safe to say first half, classic, amazing, breathless, wonderful. Second half, I would not use those same adjectives. Extra time merchant, Stefan Lukic. He, I did think that there was an opportunity for, just the idea of him being in there. As soon as the stoppage time clock clicks on, he would be seen. But sluggish, I think, is definitely a fair way to describe the second half. The bad news is that I don't think you'll see much difference in the extra time period, because I think their legs have gone a little bit. Like, I think everybody's a little bit tired. Still opportunity for some subs. And if this does go to pens, correct me if I'm wrong, do we have penalty specialists? Not on both sides, but who uses a penalty specialist? Is that Pittsburgh that makes a goalkeeping sub? I was trying to remember who brings in. No, I'm misremembering. Either way, be interesting to see how the keepers keep up. But you wouldn't know that it was a sluggish second half when the atmosphere in Tulsa has not waned one bit. I think there is something you would want to see in terms of there just weren't many sloppy moments from either side defensively. Is it Lukic time? I mean, history would suggest yes. The fact that he basically, it's like, if I had a nickel for every time that Lukic scored a late goal in this playoffs, I'd have 2 nickels, which is not a lot, but it is weird that it happened twice. Man, that save from Dick is really just, the more I see that is just really just a stunning piece of goalkeeping. And then this was the moment, truly. Like Ian not being able to just like get his foot fully to that was essentially the entire second half. Because it was the one time truly that Eric Dick wasn't just perfect as a keeper. So all right. Well, we've got a couple of changes. All right, Stauffer is off. St. Clair on. And it sounded like Tulsa maybe made another change, but I didn't actually hear what that might have been. So it looks like Dom now to left wing as he had been. Weber's out there. We get Harvey St. Clair. And Sissoko on for Sousa. Yeah, Sousa's legs just seem to be given, and I'm assuming he's not like a penalty taker necessarily as Lukic. Was Lukic fouled? Nope. Said he went down too easily. And now Sissoko will chase that one. Augie Williams whistled for the foul in the end. There is no love lost between Lamar Bautista and that near side linesman. That guy's been getting an earful for roughly 46 plus 3, 49 minutes. Interesting in that Tulsa start the second half, like the extra time period, going the same direction as they were in the second half, as we have Harvey St. Clair's first touches of the ball, and he is more or less confirmation that he's operating in that same space that Stauffer was. So it is just the 2 wingbacks, they just go ahead and change out. But Dom may be playing in the wingback spot because Sissoko comes in at center back. Bautista is in there, and we know that Dolence Pierre will be back there. So yeah, it looks like Dom is out to the left-hand side of defense for them. And Derek looking for a long pass up. Finds it. Now Dom. Dolence Pierre. Dolence Pierre has actually kind of moved into midfield. This is a bit of a shape change. Dom, nice little interchange into the center. Oh, it's come all the way through. And it's just behind St. Clair. That felt like such a moment for Tulsa. And now Sissoko fouls Augie Williams. Wow. What a nice sequence that was. And I mean, the fresh legs really telling for Tulsa as they were able to find those balls around the corner. Calera, it does look like Calera, like, listen, he's going to have to be in there for pens and all that stuff, I assume. I think Calera is just absolutely running on fumes. Like he's not been sharp. I think it's safe to say, since maybe the hour mark. Oh, this could be a chance for Tulsa to break after they win the ball back. Dom thought he took a little bit too much time there, but runs into space. He's getting dragged back. Certainly this is a foul, and it should be a yellow card, and it is. So the first booking for Pittsburgh Riverhounds. What a run from Owen Dom. Griffin knew what he had to do, and he did have the strength to do it. Dom just absolutely does Walty as he's running past, and then Griffin just increasingly having to take him out. I will say by the time he stops fouling him, or by the time he fully fouls him, I should say, Etu's actually over in support, and he probably didn't need to make that. Probably didn't need to make that challenge, but alas. And now central free kick for Tulsa. They're going to try to put one around the corner into the box. It's knocked down. Can they get something away here? Weber, it's deflected, and it could have gone anywhere. And it's out for a corner. Tulsa piling on the pressure here in the second half, and the changes have actually started to tell a little bit. This is Tulsa building the pressure back up. And it's been a very, very good start to the extra time period from Tulsa, as Barnes and Ian sort of tussling under the crossbar. They're going to get a chatting to from the referee. Yeah, the roof is going to go off this place if Tulsa's able to find anything here. They've just been waiting. Short corner. Goes back to Weber. Change the angle. He whips in the cross. Oh, it was St. Clair was running onto it, and it just spun off his foot in a bit of a strange way and just didn't get the contact. It was definitely not St. Clair. I don't know who that was running in. That's my bad. As St. Clair is at the other end of the field 2 seconds later, it clearly was not him, but Weber looking for space. Weber tried to bait Barnes into a bit of a challenge there, but Barnes taking the throw. We've played 95 minutes and 35 seconds. So thank you guys for sticking around with me. This has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed being able to watch along with you guys, and it's always a pleasure. Well done by Weber to find Lukic. St. Clair into the box. Calera. Lukic! Dick with another big save. And then back in, and it's Dick again. Big. We get a big from Dick Klaxon. Wow. What a ball in from St. Clair. And the nod down from Calera, I thought it really was Lukic time. That he closed it down. If he stays passive at all in that situation, Lukic has the freedom of the goal. And wow, I think that might technically count as a double save because it comes back off of Lukic's head and hits Dick again. God, that's an unbelievable. And then what a piece of goalkeeping. I actually think it's a bit clumsy from Calera with the elbow. And he is maybe a bit lucky to avoid a booking there, but wow. Eric Dick. Cometh the moment, cometh the dick. All right, I'm sorry. I'm retiring from podcasting starting now, so. All right. Man, big challenge too from Wow. Mertz on the ball for Pittsburgh, and can Pittsburgh like ride the momentum from that? Can Mertz ride the momentum that Dick has given them? Wow. That is really like, that is true. You know, when you look back at this match, whatever ends up happening, that was just unbelievable. Foul goes Tulsa's way in the middle of the park. Bit of a stomp and a kick out from bit of a kick out in frustration from Robbie Mertz. And you know, obviously no player in the area when he did it, but has to be a little bit careful with that sort of thing. I did. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not on broadcast TV. Imagine being Mike Watts in this moment. even though he did say big from Dick again. Like I do think he does it on purpose. Thank you, Julian. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. 100th minute of play, 99-14-15, ticking across Tulsa with the more shots, 17-6. But let's be real, they're both able to point to chances where they could have, grabbed this match by the scruff of the neck and then gone on and won it. And recently, the pressure from Tulsa is definitely the more telling, as Dom stormed into the area there, but wasn't able to, his cross wasn't able to find purchase. And I do think something that will need to be talked about with this Pittsburgh performance is the fact that they just get in front of everything. And now Mertz running the other way. Is this an opportunity for Pittsburgh? Counter. It comes to the back post. Walty collects. Can he do something with this? There's a run down the line. Barnes, it's off of Tulsa, and it's going to be a corner for Pittsburgh. Wow, 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 wow. All right. Tyler Derrick marshaling the defense as best he can. They're going to need every bit of it, as Pittsburgh seem to be lining up for a routine that is going to set. They're not crowding the goalkeeper quite as much as they had been. And now a bit of a talking to for Lukic and Boone, the two subs, tussling. Lukic just he's got Boone fully wrapped. Mertz in towards Derrick, but Derrick is always going to claim that sort of a poor corner in the end. I think maybe wires crossed, or at least, Mertz didn't get the delivery that he wanted, in that it seemed like they were probably trying to go as long ball forward, but not able to find Lukic for Tulsa. I do think that they were trying to go more towards the penalty spot, and he just hit it. I think he just bent it too close to Derrick. So I don't know who was here for halftime, but did you guys get what I was saying when you can that you can combine the names of these keepers, right? Do you guys get what I'm saying when I say that? Like Tyler, Derrick, Dick, right? Like, do you guys get, you could like combine them. They like flow together without having to change the spelling or anything. It's like the perfect goalkeeper matchup. And it's funny because it ends in Dick. So Tyler, Derrick, Dick. It's like if they merged into like a single human. You guys get what I'm saying. This is the sort of analysis you get. This is the sort of analysis, hard-hitting analysis you're getting with Dom going to Weber to Batista. Tulsa trying to switch things out to the right-hand side this time. It's St. Clair. Cross comes in. Is it going to fall for Calera? Not quite. And then Dick rises. Lukic appealing for a penalty here. It'd be interesting to see it back. I'll be honest, in real time, wasn't interested because it didn't seem like the ball was going to reach him. I mean, Super's got his hands in the back, but, I don't know. It would be harsh, I would say. It would be harsh. Tulsa. It's a poor ball from St. Clair cross field that's cut out, and now Pittsburgh will go in long. But as we approach what would be halftime of extra time, as we're approaching the 105-minute mark, so clock strikes 104 right now. Derek going long. It does look like if anyone's got enough in the tank to get a winner here, it's probably Tulsa. Anything from Pittsburgh is going to be a set piece or pens, if I'm being honest, or maybe a penalty kick, like if it's awarded, as that ball was in towards Calera. Coley and Weber getting their wires crossed there on the edge of the box. Hey there, BLT. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Out for a Pittsburgh goal kick, and that'll probably just about do it for the first half of extra time. Tulsa, round one of extra time, split decision, but goes to Tulsa, just by virtue of the fact that they were creating more there. Yeah, so we are into halftime of extra time. It is still 0-0. And I'm going to say, what am I going to say? Halftime of extra time. So I'm going to have my say during this halftime of extra time on what Julian is talking about, which is just thought, would it be cool if the USL League One and USL Championship Final winners played against each other before the start of the season? So I think a Super Cup would be actually really legit. Oh, hey, anybody else getting ice commercials? Because that's not good. I don't like that. Ice commercials? I get it that it's probably like a CBS thing. And CBS has more to answer for than USL Championship, but that is not an advertiser that I would want showing during my game. Anyways, so Super Cup. I think Super Cup would be awesome. I think it would be a great way to kick off the season. Like, do it before you would typically play the first match week of the season. Like, do it that week before, and do, as part of because they have the like Terminix, like USL kickoff, play a USL Super Cup, and it's the League One winner against the championship winner. I think that would be a lovely idea. Play it by default at the League One team's facility. It should always be at the League One team's ground as long as that's available. I guess say they have right of first refusal for hosting. Because I think guaranteeing the League One winner a championship team trip at the beginning of the season would be really good. We have the Jägermeister, which people would say like, oh, well, they're already gonna, like, certain teams are already gonna play each other. And like, I would love, like, over the next couple of years of Jägermeister, you guys are gonna get sick of some of the regional matchups, right? Like, there are Rhode Island, certain regional matchups will be really great. Like Rhode Island and Portland will always be fun. Rhode Island and Pittsburgh, Portland and Pittsburgh, which we saw in person, wonderful match. After 4 years of Portland and Pittsburgh being in the same Jägermeister group every single year, like, you're going to start to get tired of that. So wouldn't it be fun if the game, presented us some matchups that we haven't seen, basically? Like, if a League One team, in this case, if we got, Tulsa, Knoxville, or Pittsburgh, Knoxville, I think that would be just fun, a fun way to kick off the season. I also have bold opinions about the way that we should do the League Cup, because I think Jägermeister should be single elimination. I don't think it should be groups, as Pittsburgh get the second half of extra time kicked off. They are going right to left now. And Tulsa left to right, because that's how this game works. The teams can't attack the same way. That would be nuts, So yeah, I would personally want it to be single elimination. I would also personally want, because I think it would make teams have more stock in the Open Cup as well. So it'd be Open Cup, as we have Jackson on for Augie Williams, and a good option. Jackson does present a lot, and no foul given here. Tulsa getting it forward. It's Lukic. Drops it back for Ian. Ball comes in, and Weber was just not able to soften his touch enough there. But Weber's done really well to keep it in. Ian. Oh, it might fall at the far post. Was there a handball in there? It was Weber. He's unlucky. It bounced up and hit his hand. Yeah, so I think Jaeger should be single elimination, because the way that it's set up now is, yes, it guarantees League One teams like visits from championship teams. But if you enter all of the teams in the first round, you're going to get that anyway. And the likelihood that a lower placed team, like a League One team, wins a one-off against a USL Championship side, we saw that plenty in the Jägermeister. The odds that they finish above a USL Championship side in a mixed, unequal table, much lower. So that's why we saw, Triumph was like the last League One team left, and we didn't get any League One teams, or a League One deep run was just really tough. Pittsburgh with a throw here. And then my last thing that I would say is, with Jaeger and Open Cup participation, is Pittsburgh maybe threatening here. Ian does really well. And a foul goes Tulsa's way. Lukic able to restart it relatively quickly. The other thing I do, because the Jaeger exists, is I would do away with the playoffs, and I would just do single table in each conference. Home and away, you play each team home and away in your conference, and then the conference winners go to the final, and it's a 2-legged final. And that's it. Or you could do, at best, conference semifinals. But I think with the amount of cups, you basically beef up the regular season, do away with the playoffs, and then the best teams always make it to the final, or, are more or less rewarded for having a really good regular season. And every single team in the championship in League One still has an opportunity then to go and win a cup in the Jägermeister, right? Where the final this year, let's be real, Tulsa, Louisville would have been heat. And that is no hate to Detroit. I know I said some maybe harsh things about the fact that I think them winning was maybe the least interesting thing that could have happened, only because you want to see the best teams in these moments as a neutral. I'm not begrudging them the win, but imagine if that win had come in the Jägermeister, whereas, it would have been a little bit easier to say top 2 or top team from each conference makes it to either the conference final. Either there's immediately a conference final or immediately the USL Championship Final between the two best teams, and you make it 2 legs. And you would make, if you still do conference semifinal, or if you still did conference finals, then those should also be 2 legs. But because teams playing that long and that well in the a little bit of a coming together here for Tulsa, and they're able to keep it from going behind. Owen Dom just not hearing the shout from Tyler Derrick there, and it nearly led to a bit of a disaster there at the back for Tulsa. But Walty played this ball in, which initially didn't look too dangerous. And this is the thing. 2-legged means that there will be less incentive to sit back and defend, because it's can you do it for 180 minutes? Maybe. But basically, you should reward both teams for having the seasons that they've had. And like home site finals are kind of lame. And there's a reality behind attendance where if it's like, hey, the USL Championship Final is going to be held in Louisville, and then it's like, okay, the two teams participating are Tulsa and Pittsburgh. How many people are going to go? It would be tough to say. So, anyways, Tulsa whipping across in, and you know who's there. Is that a goalkeeper in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? When you have to call it like over 112 minutes, they're not all going to be winners, okay? And we are in the 112th minute, just to be clear. Oh, and Dom playing a long crossfield pass for St. Clair. It does. I mean, this still feels balanced on a knife edge, but damn, the neither team is really in a moment where they're feeling capable of asserting themselves. Like at this point, if anything happens, it feels like it's certainly going to be like a big mistake, a boner, if you will, by one of the teams. As man, what a player to be able to toss on in the 112th minute. Trevor Amon coming on for Jamie Weber. Weber's put in an absolute shift. He was this close to assisting Alex DeLue early on in the first half with some lovely, lovely footwork on the edge of the area. And yeah, Trevor Amon, not a bad option to toss on, late in extra time. What a story that would be. What a story that would be if Trevor Ammon. What are we saying? Every nerve ending in my body wants to say Amon. But I also, the first place I traveled internationally, literally ever was Amman, Jordan. So that could be the reason. I had never left the country until I went to Amman, Jordan. Fun fact about Phil. But what a story that would be. Trevor Ammon, whatever, coming on late in a final, in extra time, being hyped as like the next big thing at Sac Republic, having been the League One Golden Boot winner with Northern Colorado, gets basically, doesn't get ever firing really at Sac Republic, is out with the new coach, goes over to Tulsa. Can you imagine if he hits a winner here? Can you scenes? The script writers couldn't come up with anything better than that. Let's be honest. Long throw opportunity here for Tulsa, which this is an opportunity. Dom throws it in, and a foul is given for something or other. I guess it's against Bautista. 114 we've now played, and so we are into the 115th minute. 114:09 and 10 on my clock. I'm just going to let this one speak for itself, Frank. I'm just going to let this one breathe for a little bit. Sissoko. Okay, surely that's a foul. But Sissoko, nothing given into the area, and well done by Lamar Batista. And now Lukic breaking the other way, and this is a genuine counterattacking opportunity for Tulsa. You can tell how little has happened that they're just dribbling forward, and I'm getting excited. Delence Pierre, and a little bit of a afters going on between Batista and Jockeson here. This is the Jockeson thing. This is the thing with Jockeson. He's just he's not great at reading the room, I guess you would say. I think if his on pure talent, Burton Jockesen's probably one of the best, like one of the most technically gifted players in the league. And mentally, he's just he runs too hot and cold. Like he doesn't have a consistency about how he shows up. Because even if he was just a hothead all the time, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. As Ian now whistled for a foul for that sort of Delu challenge, which that instance I don't think was actually particularly egregious, but I think Pittsburgh are gonna, try to show what they've got going on. And by that I mean they're gonna try to earn free kicks in that situation. So it really does feel like it's Lukic or nothing. Oh, is well done. Calera's just given everything here. Cross comes in. Surely that's a foul. Nothing given. It was towards Calera. Delence Pierre out wide. Owen Dom trying to do something. Far post. The header came in and just any direction but where he put it, and that is likely a goal. Dick would have had no opportunity to save, and St. Clair just couldn't get enough behind it. He couldn't put it low. Like he really should just try to head that back where it came from. Oh man. The sideline shouts are quite something in this case. Ian getting a sore one here. This is kind of it. I mean, it's going to get launched forward. We're probably not going to have a ton of stoppage time just because it's like not done unless you are Orange County and you're playing New Mexico. St. Clair, wow, corner kick or a throw. I thought it might have gone out for a corner. It is just a throw. St. Clair will take this one. And this is basically it. Like if a goal's coming, it is right now. St. Clair into the box, nodded down. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to go in. St. Clair to the far post. Oh, it falls down. It's back post, and it's just blazed over. Ian never looked like scoring that. Second time that Ian's had a chance to win. You could literally tell from the way that he was going to strike this ball that he was not scoring. Like he thought he had to lift it over the bodies, and it was just like the idea. Now I will say, technically speaking, he's going for the top corner, and he just got under it a little bit. Yeah, I mean, this has got to basically be it. There's no way that. Oh, okay. So a minute. So okay. So now this is it. This is literally it. Long throw. It gets into the box. It's headed back in by Delence Pierre. It's bouncing around, but no one's in the area. Dick will go out and get his hands around that. And I mean, this should more or less do it, barring something just truly insane. Well taken from Mertz. Jeez, what a chip to the back post, headed away, headed back in by Walty. He hears the shout from Derek, and that's collected. And I mean, barring Derek scoring directly from this punt, I don't think that there's going to be anything. Yep, and that'll do it. End of extra time. And breathe. Wow, for any fans of either of these teams, what a final. The first half set the bar extremely high. I think in general, Tulsa have had the better of things, but they didn't create truly dangerous chances aside from a couple. We're gonna see if we get Kaler back in for a sideline report. Timing wise, these breaks are typically pretty short, so we'll see what his situation is and if he's able to get anything. It is likely that we may have some post-match with Kaler. I think he's probably trying to see where penalties are going to be taken, for the content. I'm just seeing a picture that John Morrissey posted on Blue Sky, and man, he's done Mike really dirty with this as someone who's losing his hair. He's really done Mike dirty with that one. That's he should have gotten clearance to post that. Yeah, while the final as a whole, not necessarily a classic, and we will be back for penalties. The reality is that this was extremely competitive throughout, and at no point did it feel like one team didn't belong there. I think, or didn't deserve to be there, I guess is what I was going to say. But either way, I think there's very, very naturally a opportunity for both to win, and it didn't happen. Neither team able to make it count, but they were able to stick around, and defensively speaking, just some really top-notch performances, really all the way around. There was just really, really strong performances as we get some. Oh, I thought we might actually get. I thought we might get audio from the huddles, but no dice. I guess in theory, someone on the other team could be watching the stream, which would not be great if you're talking about penalty kick takers and stuff like that. Yeah, both goalkeepers have acquitted themselves extremely well in this game. I think it'll be very, very interesting to see who can hold their nerve. All right, I'm going to try to keep this updated, even though y'all are going to know, but I am going to keep this score ticker updated as these kicks are taken. Goalkeepers getting their conversation. The teams are lined up at midfield. And the cruelty of penalty kicks is that someone who does not deserve to be the GOAT in this game, to be the person on which the loss will ultimately fall, someone who doesn't deserve that will inevitably feel that way coming out of this. And that is why this particular way of deciding a soccer game is just like endlessly cruel. And if there is a more exciting way to decide a sporting event, I've not seen it yet. With the exception of probably any sort of I personally like hockey overtime, where you just play till they score. Playoff hockey overtime, you get what I mean. But I think that's maybe the best. Wow, Burton Jackson stepping up first. He was a substitute late in, I think he came on in extra time. Burton Jackson gonna step up first. We talked about mentality. Big in this moment, but also big in penalties is technical ability. Can you execute in this moment, in this pressure moment, in front of a host of Tulsa supporters with Tyler Derrick standing between the sticks? All right, here goes nothing. Burton Jackson steps up. Oh, and it's underneath Derrick. He went the right way, and he scores. Ay, ay, ay. It wasn't a particularly good penalty. Oh, it was a poor penalty, and Derrick just jumped over it. He jumped over it. Oh, that is not what I had. That was just not a very good penalty. It's at a low height, so he would have had to get down extremely quickly. But him jumping over it is crazy. Oh, that's really, really crazy. Meanwhile, Calera, he goes right down the middle, and Dick moved just enough. Wow. Okay. 1-1. Listen. I am a neutral, a true neutral in this situation. I don't hold any hate for Tulsa, and I have really no allegiance that would impact me liking Pittsburgh. These cities, I don't lean one way or the other. I am stressed on these guys' behalf. And it's Mertz. Who else? Mertz. What a pen. Fantastic pen. Derrick went the right way. Mertz, the power took it past him. And it is 2-1 with Tulsa still to take their second. But 2-1. It's it's the power. It's actually at a decently savable height, and Derrick just doesn't get over quick enough. All right. Lukic, he's been the hero all playoffs. How many times do you see something like that? Oh, boy. Advantage Pittsburgh. Oh, it's a really poor pen. And the reality of the situation is that Burton Jackson's pen was not much better than that. It's just Derrick jumped over it. Oh, Boone hits it off the crossbar and in. Big advantage Pittsburgh now, and you would have to say 2 years ago, Charleston found themselves in almost exactly this situation. That is more or less a perfect pen from Boone, and it is a fraction of an inch away from being a heartbreaker off the bar. All right, Coley now for Tulsa. Can he keep them alive? Coley, ice cold. 3-2 keeps Tulsa in it. This is a huge penalty for Pittsburgh. Because like I said, this exact situation, a 3-1 lead in this almost exact situation was what happened for Charleston 2 years ago. And Phoenix came all the way back and won it. It is far from over, but Suber can do a lot to put a bit of a dagger in the heart here if Derek can't get a glove to it. Suber. Oh, what a penalty. Fantastic penalty. And wow, Derek has guessed right each time. The power there took it past him. Oh, man. Derek is agonizingly close to getting there. Yeah, Derek is like a running commercial for there's no such thing as moral victories. The guy's guessed right 4 times, hasn't saved one. Lamar Batista. This is it. It's a good pen. It's a good pen. We do not have a champion yet. Derek must save. He must save. Edrach. Edrach v. Derek. Edrach has done it! Pittsburgh are the champions of the USL Championship. Unbelievable. Smoke bombs in the Steel Army, the whole squad over to that side. The emotion in the fans, the emotion amongst the players. Tulsa dejected on their home soil, and the rest of the stadium dead silent as they all try to process what's gone on. Edrach went right down the middle. If Derek had stayed put, that's all it would have taken. And wow. What a moment for the Pittsburgh Riverhounds, who overcome a mid-season coaching change. And Rob Vincent goes all the way to the final, all the way to ONEOK Field in Tulsa, and gets it done on pens. Eric Dick, playoffs MVP. I mean, there's really, I don't know that you could possibly point to somebody else. I mean, God, they scored a single goal the whole playoffs. But when it came down to it, when it mattered, Riverhounds got it done. Riverhounds got it done. Wow. Unbelievable scenes. You have to feel. Wait, they just give them the trophy? They don't do like a trophy presentation? They just give them. What? They just. Isn't there a trophy presentation? They just give it. They just like, hey, here you go. Okay, later. That was weird. Like, isn't that part of the whole thing? Or are they not going to do a trophy presentation because it's to the Riverhounds in Tulsa? That's really crazy. May have put Bob Lilly out of a job. I will go ahead and say that I think Bob Lilly was probably already gone, regardless of the outcome of this match. But Wow. Here's the thing. Okay. This is going to sound, listen, congratulations to Pittsburgh. Congratulations to their supporters. What a moment. Unbelievable. And I'm going to say something mildly controversial, which is I think the playoff format needs a serious look. I talked about it a little bit during extra time. I think it's, and this isn't a case of me, like, in my playoff format, El Paso would have also missed the playoffs. So I just want to be very clear that this is not me having any sour grapes about El Paso going out in the playoffs, because they were horrible against Phoenix. Probably one of the worst performances I've ever seen in the playoffs. And the format needs to be one in which a team isn't it is almost impossible for a team to score one goal and win the final. The format needs to encourage more scoring, I would argue. And this is not me trying to be a downer in the aftermath of what is a amazing moment for Pittsburgh and their supporters. But if you take the entirety of the USL playoffs, there were 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15 goals scored in the entirety of the playoffs. And I would maybe argue that that is not a product that's very good to watch for people. Yeah, one goal a game. There were 15 postseason games, and there were 15 goals scored. Some of which didn't come until extra time. And if you remove Tulsa's 3-0 win over New Mexico in the conference finals, then it's only 12. Right? Like, if you remove the highest scoring game and kind of go by what the average was, they averaged like far less than a goal a game across these games, which is not good. Because I would argue that the winner of the final should have to score to win. But all that being said, congratulations to Pittsburgh Riverhounds and their fans. Absolutely unreal. Anyone who made the trip to Tulsa is going to be partying well into the night. My condolences certainly to the Tulsa fans who, one, made a great occasion of what could have been a, very tough situation with the, like, hey, playing a final in a baseball field, all that sort of stuff. They put on a very, very good final. The fans really showed out, but this is such an opportunity for the Riverhounds and their fans. First ever USL Championship title for a team that's been around for as long as the Riverhounds, an organization that is becoming a fixture in the Steel City. You just have to be happy for those fans. And the trajectory for Tulsa is so good, right? If they're able to hold on to really any section of this project, they have such a strong foundation to go and build off of. I feel for Tulsa, but wonderful moment for Pittsburgh and their fans. And I think in general, no one will ultimately begrudge them winning it, especially given the mid-season sort of challenges that they went through. I mean, it's undeniable that they lost their coach mid-season and they went and won it with the interim. Yeah, you were on to exactly what I was saying, Julian. So yeah, it's just one of those things where it's an unbelievable achievement for Riverhounds. They have gone and they've just gone and won the whole thing. I am waiting to see briefly if our sideline correspondent can join. While we're here, I do want to, obviously there will be more USL show to come. Super League is still going strong. And we're going to be talking about tons of off-season stuff and everything. So it's by no means is this like the end of the USL show for the year, or for the season or at all. And I wanted to just see, for those people who are from Pittsburgh, I know your answer, because I'm assuming that your favorite moment of the season occurred about 3 minutes ago. For anyone who's not from Pittsburgh in the chat, drop your favorite moment from this USL Championship season, just as a way to maybe reminisce across all these different fan bases. There were just so many great moments, despite everybody's season ends sadly except one team. But if you've got a favorite moment, let us know what it is, because I'd love to see it. I know for me, okay, so we got the Jimmy Madronda goal against Lexington. That was obviously, that was a very fun one. I think we had the Wilmer Cabrera hat trick in a Derby del Camino Real in El Paso. That felt just felt different. First hat trick in club history, and to have it come against the rivals up the highway was really, really, really awesome. As much as I probably did not enjoy the season for Locomotive inconsistency, but well, thank you guys for hanging around. I'm just waiting to see. Just checking in with our sideline correspondent and producers. All right, he just needs 5. Julian with the comeback against Orange County from the Battery. Yeah, that was a fun one. I was trying to think too, just in terms of like league stuff that happened this year. I mean, obviously, it's a bit bittersweet with Roro Lopez retiring from Sac Republic, but he's now going to be part of the coaching staff over there, which is awesome. Yeah, this is, I gotta say, like, the league, I need some answers as to why there was not a trophy presentation. That's like very standard practice across really all sports, but specifically soccer. There's like a certain sort of ritual to how the trophy presentation to the captain goes, and it was so bizarre to see them just like hand it to, I think they just handed it to Robbie Mertz, like on the sideline, or maybe Griffin it was, but either way, like they just handed it off like, hey, by the way. The one thing I will say too is that there is a case to be made, and I really do wish that Portland had not been knocked out, because there would have been a real case to be made that if the USL show comes to a match involving you, you make it to the final. And imagine a scenario in which Portland had won, and then the two teams that we saw play in the Jaeger Cup go and win their respective finals. That would have been quite something. That's all didn't happen, obviously. shout out to ONEOK for a fantastic win. And maybe the other version of the story in which the best team in the league won the final, which is quite satisfying. That being said, yeah, I'll save the rest of my format, playoff format rant for a different day, maybe next Tuesday. We are just a couple of minutes out, likely from Kaylor and John joining. For those wanting to recap how it all went down, electric first half from both teams. It honestly could have been 3-3 in a different universe at halftime. It could have been, it could have been swung wildly either way. And ultimately, goalkeeper performance and some like wasteful finishing. Delu drove a shot high and wide, and Augie Williams missed an absolute sitter, which is just a sentence that you don't say that often, or certainly you didn't used to say that often. And so both teams electric in the first half. Second half, really a challenge for both. I think neither got into a particularly good rhythm, which then led to it being sort of disjointed. Neither team really able to carve out really quality chances, and there were a couple of very, very good chances for Tulsa to win it at the end. In penalties, it was Pittsburgh being ruthless, just like absolutely cold as ice from the penalty spot. It also had a little bit to do with the fact that Tyler Derrick, unfortunately, he had the mental side of the penalty shootout covered, in that staring folks down, reading body language, all that stuff. He won in that he knew where everybody except for the last penalty from Edrock was going. He knew where every single one was going. And then but the rest, like he dove over Jockeson's, which was not a particularly good pen. And essentially the difference in the end was he dives over Jockeson's, and Eric Dick gets down and saves Lukic's. And for Lukic, like, it's one of those where it's like, how many times have you seen a player who is a hero, throughout a match, throughout a playoffs, all that sort of stuff, step up at the penalty spot and not have it, and it's not that Lukic now has to wear the loss around his neck. It's not his fault specifically. There's a lot of moments in a lot of matches, and like his particular brand of magic just kind of ran out, which is unfortunate, because you would have loved to see that go maybe a little bit more to the wire. But yeah, and Eric Dick basically is the reason that Riverhounds won the final, or even here and won it, right? Like Eric Dick, he's the playoffs MVP for sure. I mean, there's probably an argument to be made that because like beyond most valuable player, he was just like really, really good. And you can see how the margins are fine and the game swings on moments. Like there is another world in which he's actually sort of like, oh, his costly mistake on the one corner he fumbled, right? Like he's basically perfect the whole game. He's catching every corner. He fumbles one of them, and Ian is like half a crossbar away from putting that in the back of the net. And we're having a very different conversation right now about Eric Dick. And so that's the thing for Lukic is, like one week you're scoring a 121st minute winner, and another week, like you're having your penalty saved. And that's just like the nature of this game. And it doesn't mean that anything's wrong or right or anything like that. It just is. And it's an unbelievable final. Penalties are, like I said, just the cruelest way to be able to decide it. And it is beyond exciting. And what a way for Pittsburgh to get it done in a season that they've had a lot of adversity and yeah, ultimately in these playoffs, they just kept teams from scoring, and that ultimately made the biggest difference. Still waiting on our on-site crew, but I think they are trying to get to a place where they may actually have some more like coherent stuff set up and more of a real setup versus what has been somewhat ad hoc. But all right. Should be here soon. I would talk about other soccer, but I am not going to do that because no comment on what happened this morning at Anfield. So, yeah. Thank you, Frank. Yeah, and thank you guys for hanging in there. I mean, I know it's quite a long stream, but at the same time, like it was a lot of fun, and we now have a live from Tulsa. Oh, I'm getting a shake of the head, maybe. They're going on whether they like it or not. We're gonna have Kayla and John join us, but let's see if I can arrange this. John, Kayla, can you guys hear me?
We're trying to switch out things so we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, while they
might be okay.
While they get things,
yeah,
you've got it. Awesome. So we've got a live connection to our crew out in Tulsa, and guys, I will say very little. Very exciting final. Pittsburgh Riverhounds, crown champions. Give us how you experienced the penalty shootout, particularly there, and maybe then we could talk about the game.
Well, I want to let John go first because he was up top, so he can see all that.
Yeah, so I've been in the press area the entire time here. Immediately to my side was Devin Kerr and Mike Watts calling this game. Also in the booth with the Tulsa media people whose hearts were slowly breaking over the course of the shootout. But I think the thing was, throughout the match, really, the Steel Army was unbelievable. The presence they had there, the vocal chants about Eric Dick that gradually got stopped as the game went on, then came back because they were undeniable. That energy fueling the players and what Dick did across the 90 minutes, but in that shootout particularly, I mean, unbelievable experience. So cool to see in person in front of this crowd at this facility. You can't say more about the arc of Pittsburgh, and to have it be another shootout, another defensive battle really feels like it's their identity.
Yeah, and from where I was down in front of the Steel Army on the pitch. Later, whenever I have a steady internet connection and I can get everything, Edrak literally almost ran me over. If you see John's video, there's a guy on the ground in a pink like pullover thing, and that's the guy he almost ran over. That was me. So it was really cool to see it all happen live. And I don't know, the match itself was fun. You saw Stefan Lukic, and for me, that was my pivotal moment of which way is this game going to go, because there have been two heroes this entire playoff run. It's been Stefan Lukic and it has been Eric Dick. I felt whoever got the best of it was going to win the penalty shootout. And that's kind of how it goes. Dick gets the save, and it that was game over from there.
And I'm sure we'll work through the arc of the game as a whole. When Lukic came in, it's that 71st minute double sub. And it's the presence he had as this hold-up presence. There were a lot of moments for the initial run here where Delu and Khalil Ahmedkar, it was a little bit easy for Tulsa's defenders to, or rather Pittsburgh's defenders to get the ball off of them. Lukic, not only is he a great in-box presence who keeps scoring the late goals, it's that physicality, it's the hold-up. He is that intermediary that lets you build through the lines, then find your way to cross towards Calhera. It felt like he gave them the momentum. And so when Dick stopped that penalty of this guy who has been the player of the postseason for Tulsa, it felt like a game changer.
And with the post-match scenes, first off, went straight over to the Steel Army. It was a great party over there. They like their fans over there crying. And I was hearing one of them tell the Pittsburgh owner, I've been a fan since day one. And he was like mid 30s, early 40s, and he's just crying, sobbing. And we're starting to truly get to that point of, okay, people, this has been around for multiple people's lifetimes at this point, right? Like the Pittsburgh Riverhounds is as old as me, 1 year older than John, right? There are people who are younger than the Riverhounds handsomely. And I think that is really cool in of itself. There was some FC Tulsa players that came over to the celebrations and tried to fight. So that was a thing that happened post-game that did not get caught. It was absolutely insane. And then after everybody got pulled away, because there were fans trying to rush the field to try to defend the players, which, by the way, why would you ever want to fight a professional athlete? Like, I don't know if people have ever seen, John and I talked about this, Devin Kerr is over here. Massive human being, like stands way over me, former professional athlete. People who think I can fight this athlete are either drunk or stupid or both. And like, I don't know, but it was incredible to just see that much passion from both sides. I mean, the fact that Tulsa players wanted to go over there and start something shows how much this did mean to them as well.
On the post-match stuff, was there a trophy presentation?
Kinda. They did not do a formal one. I think more or less the players just kind of took the trophy and just started celebrating because they said, hey, go ahead, give it to Robbie. And they were trying to, or not Robbie, excuse me, Danny Griffin. And they were trying to corral them to the middle of the field, but Pittsburgh just started partying too soon. So I think there was an attempt of a trophy lift, but the Riverhounds did not have any of it.
So on the, we talked about the cruelty.
I need to tell you, the trophy is broken. They already broke the trophy.
That was quick.
Like literally the screw that holds the screw that holds in the handle ripped clean out. And so then the players, I think it was Junior A2, was like actively trying to put the screw back in and was not doing well. And everybody was like, just move on. And he goes, no, I cannot. And then was actively trying to fix him while everybody else is like, just move on. It's okay. And he was really fixated on that.
With you guys, obviously the match itself, we talked about, or I was talking about the fact that penalties, the cruelest way to decide something like this, particularly at the end of 120 minutes, where it felt at any point it could have swung wildly, like one way or the other, particularly in that first half.
No, absolutely. And in some ways, it's what you expected, right? Like these teams hadn't conceded through the postseason. They are defensive teams. Even Pittsburgh, we've seen Eric Dick do this twice already in the playoffs. It felt like both teams at the same time took swings to try to get over the line and stop this from happening. If you think about early in the match, there was a lot of that Charles All, Robbie Mertz changing sides thing that we saw last week. Tulsa with the big subs, not only with Lukic coming in, but then you go into the extra time period. They're moving Weber into the front line. They're getting Delence Pierre into the midfield. They are trying to change up the shape in a way that's going to let them go on and win this thing properly. I think in terms of drama, you couldn't have done much better than that shootout because it felt like the moment. But for me, this was the most open game we've seen from either of these teams throughout the postseason. Like, yes, it ended up being a defensive result, but here live, it felt like there was a lot of end-to-end action in a way I maybe didn't anticipate.
Yeah, and you kind of mentioned Pierre being moved back into the midfield. When we were talking to, it was either Devin before the game or it might have been Caleb Sewell. One of the two, we kind of talked about how is this game going to go? How do we feel like it's going to go? And I was like, I think that Pittsburgh is going to take the sting out in the first half. And in the second half, they're going to come out flying and try to nab a goal early. And they did. That second half, Pittsburgh was easily the better team. And then they move Pierre back. He becomes the third center back. After the first half, they were more on the front foot. He was playing that number 6. And then as Lukic came in, as Tulsa started to make more changes, and Pittsburgh made a couple substitutions themselves, they pushed Pierre back because it's firmly a 50-50 game. And both teams started just full on going for it. You saw Pittsburgh bringing on more attackers at the end of it. I was fully convinced that Vincent was just going to keep his defenders on, leave everything as it is, and just see out to 90 minutes and see what happens. No, like he was going to win this in 90, and it was really impressive to watch.
And what was so interesting about the substitution patterns, you're taking Augie Williams out of the game and bringing someone like Burton Jackson, who has been out of favor since the coaching change. Like, I think that is fair to say. So for him to come in and have that trust of, we think he can be either the guy in transition or the guy who takes the first penalty kick, crazy to see. And I think it top down is illustrative of what Rob Vincent has been able to do. There is trust in this group. Everybody knows their role, but they're freer within it. That's endlessly impressive on that side of things. But yeah, speaking to the Pittsburgh changes, they were uncomfortable down the stretch. It felt like they were going to concede at that added time. It's the heart of this team. It's what Eric Dick did, not only in terms of the saves, but that box command.
Oh my God, yeah.
So I was doing the stats mid-game. His season high for catches in the box this season was 4, and he had 8 today. Like that tells you everything about what you need to stop Tulsa, frankly, but also how excellent Eric Dick is.
Yeah, and during our preview to this on Tuesday, I was discussing how Eric Dick can truly control a box like nobody else I've seen, and not to just be filled with innuendos the whole time. No one does box control like Dick, truly. Like, there was only one moment where he spilled a ball in the first half, and you're like, heart and throat, is this how this concedes? From there, he went out and had some really challenging crosses where he was having to put his body on the line. I believe it was in the end of the first half of extra time, where he collects one, it takes a big blow, gets back up, collects a second, and he just goes down. And I have not seen Eric Dick just go down in pain like that. His body was taking an absolute toll, and he was still going out there and collecting with absolute safe hands the whole time. Any one of those, like, just kind of drop passes, and not to throw him under the bus from last week, but we saw shakes last week where he's punching everything, he's dropping a couple things, and it's just creating more moments of chaos for New Mexico. Eric Dick was able to slow down the game, get Tulsa out of it for 6 to 10 seconds, let everybody reset, catch their breath just a little bit.
Well, and you think about that in terms of the actual goalkeeping, but it's the distribution. He attempted 37 passes in this game, and he attempted 37 long passes. Every single time he touched the ball, it was slowing the game down, trying to tilt the field with those long passes so you don't succumb to the Tulsa press. We saw what happened last week if you try to play through it. It's not going to work. And there were long stretches where Pittsburgh wasn't winning the header. They weren't winning the second ball. But just by moving the ball 40, 50 yards downfield, you've given yourself that innate ability to control the game state a little bit more, and certainly more than New Mexico did. And it's just that accumulation of small little advantages that Eric Dick gave you in almost every facet of play that proved to be so decisive.
It felt like there were times in the match where both teams, for different reasons, were playing a bit of a field position game, where Pittsburgh was intent on playing long to avoid being pressed. Tulsa is playing long to try to trigger the press on Pittsburgh. So it was like both were playing that. And so there were these stretches where it's kind of ping pong and like back and forth throughout. And I think one of the things that stuck out to me throughout the match was, we know that Tulsa likes to get the ball out wide. What did you guys make of the change? Was it just a legs thing for Sousa and Stauffer to come off? Because I did think that they were quite influential in their buildup. And when the change came on, it took a little bit for Dom to get up to speed, but Dom ultimately almost like was maybe a hair's breadth away from making the vital contribution. But St. Clair maybe it was tougher for him to get to grips with what Lucas Stauffer had been providing, maybe from my perspective.
Yeah, the Dom change from my perspective felt very impactful on a fresh legs deal. And I think what they lost with Dom bringing him on was those long throws. There was a moment where I believe it was Bautista was towards the front of the 6-yard box, and Dom tries to get a long throw in. It's a little flat. It's not doesn't have quite the loft on it. It doesn't beat the first man, which are missing with Sousa. That was another set piece opportunity that Tulsa could not take advantage of. However, technically what Dom brought, especially in extra time, he was great. He had some quickness, not as fast as Sousa, but still enough about him, enough technical prowess about him to not be overwhelmed by the moment. The St. Clair, I thought he was good, but they didn't really go for that side as much. It's not like we saw in the first half where Khalil Medkar was just kind of going everywhere and was just filling in those spaces. They kind of lost that. So I feel like the impact of St. Clair was not as felt. But defensively, in the first bit of extra time, I thought he was great. He was able to shut down attacks pretty well. You lost a little bit going forward from Stauffer, but not as much as you gained from a little bit of defensive solidity.
Yeah, and the whole arc of how Dom was used in this game was interesting, because when he comes on in tandem with Lukic, he's playing as the left winger and he's taking defenders on. He's got that speed. You really felt like he was impactful. You enter extra time, he goes back to the wingback spot, and that's when you start to feel the pain with the throws for sure. That said, I thought St. Clair was quite good up at the right. There were a number of moments where he's just got this ability to hit a cross on either foot and hit an early cross in a way that was challenging Pittsburgh, and in a way that really serviced what you've got when you have Calhera and Lukic on the pitch together. Like, if you have those two target players, somebody with that versatility as a passer was valuable. Did it work out in the end? Obviously not, but I think it was a good move, and I thought St. Clair was pretty good in his stint.
For the overall experience, the being there for the match, like, tell us a little bit about ONEOK and what it was like in there. I know, Kaylor, we got some of it at pre-match and halftime, but let us just give us a sense for how it went, and then obviously, I guess what happens now that I think there were some assumptions about what would happen if the home team won and what happens next party-wise, but with Pittsburgh being the celebrating side, what happens now?
Hop on the bus and party back to Pittsburgh. Like, I don't know. But I mean, the atmosphere from where I was insane. I just stayed down by both groups, the away end and the SG, and I just stayed right there, just experienced it. And you had moments where the FC Tulsa fans who were not in the supporter section started trying to out-chant the Steel Army. They were just trying to cover them up. And that was a real moment of like, hey, this soccer thing's happening. Right. Trying to drown out the away end and doing everything in your power. It's like, okay, this is really cool. There was a moment when in the first half where Pittsburgh came really close to scoring. I think it was when there was the Biasi put in that cross to the back post that hits the back post. Pittsburgh fans are in there chanting, "This place is a library. This place is a library." And like, just fun stuff like that was happening the whole time. there were parts of the stadium that started the FC Tulsa chants, not just the supporter section. And then there was a real moment, the moment it hit extra time, everyone got quiet. You could tell everybody was freaked out. And then the final whistle blew, and Pittsburgh fans started going nuts. And Tulsa fans got a little quiet. They were cheering them on. The PA guy was saying, hey, make some noise. Let's get excited, all that kind of stuff. But it was Pittsburgh fans that you could tell they had so much confidence in what they were about to watch. Atmosphere-wise, it was one of the most interesting atmospheres I've seen. But ONEOK was a great venue for this. Genuinely, the lawn was filled out. The fans that were all around the pitch were just completely invested the entire time. And the away contingency was just as fun.
And up from my vantage, I was right on top of those Pittsburgh away supporters, but they were loud, man. They were really into this thing. And thinking more holistically about the day here in Tulsa, like what you had with the Tulsa supporters out here at 7 a.m. for the tailgate. I saw a bunch of them beforehand, and they couldn't have been nicer. You could feel the welcoming of these fans who maybe aren't here all the time. They wanted to give this huge experience to people who are just getting into soccer, who haven't been the season ticket holders, but have been excited by this title run. So you had that energy. And what Kayla mentioned with the standing room only, like, I bet they were pushing 10,000 ultimately in terms of attendance. I haven't seen the number reported quite yet. And it sounded like it, frankly. Like, I know, Phil, you have the vantage point of when we were in Portland and what that felt like. This was same kind of deal where the place was packed, the fans were engaged. I always look for, and perhaps it's judgmental, it's like, how are the fans reacting if, say, someone like Stefan Lukic comes in?
They went nuts.
And the fact that the crowd erupted when this guy who was a Chattanooga Red Wolf last year came onto the field, that says everything about how Tulsa has bought into what they are doing with this team. So yeah, it stings to go home with a loss for a lot of those folks, but I think it's going to be a moment where they realize, oh, coming to these games at a very nice venue is going to be something that I'm interested in doing in 2026 and beyond.
The thing I'll say as a seasoned watcher of a team that plays on a baseball field, the thing that was said, early on in the chat of my watch along and all that sort of stuff was like, pitch looks kind of iffy, all this sort of stuff, just from camera. And it was one of those things where it's like, I know that, like, you'll be able to tell the quality of the pitch, not on what it looks like aerially, because there are a lot of times where it's like, it can look greener than it does at pitch level. It can look more full when it's really not. It can look brown when it's actually fine. And the thing that will tell is the seams. Like, did they make it game ready where it's not tearing up? It's not like nobody's playing like totally weird hops. Like, nobody's like, it's not carpet or whatever. Like, people were, and from what I could tell, like, at no point during my watch along or anything was I conscious of the fact that they were playing on a baseball field, which I think is unique, because the other baseball venues, I would say, assert the baseball of it all a lot more than ONEOK did today.
I think the only time I ever noticed anything with the pitch was really at the end of the second half. There were players losing their footing a little bit more often. There were a couple moments where Robbie Mertz was trying to keep a ball from going out and was just like dying. And there was a lot of slipping in the second half, but how much of that is baseball field versus this is just a field that's getting worn? I don't know, but that's really the only time I noticed. Other than that, there was not a moment of this is a baseball field. The only time I truly had that I got taken out of it kind of experience was honestly when I did the halftime Brandon from you when I was in the dugout.
The dugout.
Like I was doing it from the dugout, and I was just like, Clayton Kershaw was in here at one point. Yeah. Like, that's kind of cool, but also Clayton Kershaw was in here. But other than that, it genuinely didn't feel like a baseball field.
Yeah, completely agreed. I mean, if you're here, it feels like it's a soccer venue. It's as simple as that. And it played like that throughout the 90 minutes.
Yeah. And I would give a shout out to CBS and the production team and all that sort of stuff for never making it feel awkward or weird. Like I thought the telecast was quite good in terms of making it just feel like a soccer match, and there was never like the odd angle or unseeable part of the field or something like that where they had to weirdly cut. So anyways, for I guess what now, right? Like this is the finale of the season. These two teams like just had the most, the most final end that you can have, one happy, one sad. What does it mean for Tulsa to lose this final? And then I guess what does it mean for Riverhounds to win it? Wait, I may have lost your guys' audio. Oh, wait, now it's back. Maybe.
Okay. Yeah, possibly.
That mic is not picking you up. Now you're sounding like it maybe is something else. I think like the laptop mic is working, but that one is not.
Okay.
Let me.
Oh wait, maybe now it came back.
Yeah, how about now? Question mark?
Now it came back.
Okay.
Can't explain
Yeah,
it.
I mean, on the Tulsa side of, yeah, can't explain it. Aliens. Yeah, but on the Tulsa side of things, it's very hard in the moment to think about. We just lost a championship game, right? Like that's everything you've been building towards. This team hadn't made the playoffs since 2021. It's Luke Spencer's first year in charge. I wrote today only 4 of the players who have been meaningful contributors this year were on the team last year. This, in a lot of ways, is the start of a new era for the FC Tulsa project. So the fact that you've got this far, you've expanded the fan base in the way that you have. I mean, talk about a building block. Is there a club in the West that's better positioned to compete immediately again next season? I don't think so. Tulsa is going to be able to recruit based on this. We know that Caleb Sewell is brilliant in terms of player ID. You really couldn't ask for much better in terms of where this is going to go from here.
Yeah, and also on a Tulsa front, I hope I'm not saying anything that I'm not supposed to, but it was not said in confidence. Sewell was pretty upfront about the recruiting this year. Sure. And he said to us, I had to tell Luke Spencer, your team's not going to be ready until June or July. And the fact that this team was not the finished product until that late, I think more or less speaks so highly of Spencer and Sewell, where if I am a Tulsa player or I'm a free agent, right, and I'm looking at somebody, they were able to do this on what is essentially 2 to 3 months of your complete roster. Imagine what you can do with a full off season with a roster, what you can truly build with that. And that's super impressive for me on the Pittsburgh side of this. I mean, it's not hard to sell somebody on Pittsburgh, right? At least it shouldn't be, because new stadium's coming. One of the best fan bases that the country has to offer. Forget the USL. And this is a city that embraces this club. And I'm going to say something mean, I guess. The biggest thing that kept people from going to Pittsburgh was Bob Lilly. People did not want to play for Bob Lilly unless you're fresh out of college and you were kind of used to it and you want a professional job. We're assuming he's not coming back at this point. Pittsburgh just got so much easier to recruit because you have a new person, a new voice, someone who doesn't have the reputation of a Lilly. Yes, brilliant coach, wonderful coach, known to be hard, so hard on his players. You have someone who's, I don't want to call him player friendly because we don't know that, but more player friendly. Sure. And that of itself is going to recruit like crazy for the Riverhounds.
Yeah, and if you're a player who watched this run, obviously there's the appeal of, oh, I could join the team that's won the title. At the same time, Rob Vincent got them to this point because they're playing freer soccer. Like these players aren't just in their specific little piece within that Pittsburgh puzzle. There is a level of expressiveness that must be attractive. And in some ways, this is ahead of schedule for Pittsburgh. Like you think about what they're doing with Highmark Stadium and the expansion of that for 2027, 2028 beyond. That felt like the moment where maybe they were going to contend. So the fact that they've gone on and won a title already, and you've got this bona fides on the pitch, that's amazing for them as a club.
Also, a USL celebrity just walked in.
Shout out Trey Hayden.
Hi, Trey.
Oh, hey.
Hi guys.
Publicly now, congratulations on the second kid. I already told you that, but publicly again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, child born yesterday, already here grinding. Seriously,
Wow.
no one's like you.
Yeah.
But another part of the Pittsburgh thing to me, and the moment you talked about the Freeder soccer, for me, what I immediately thought of was when we talked to Ollie Gage earlier this year, and he talked about how players were coming up to him in 2024 and saying, this is not the same Loudon team. This looks like fun. This looks like fun to play with. This looks like an attractive game to play. Now you're looking at a Pittsburgh side that has that attractive game to play, that has the freer movement. You just became a more enjoyable brand of soccer for players, which means a lot. Yeah, winning is great and all, but if you're miserable because you have to stay in your little bubble at all times, maybe go to the team that's almost as good, but you can have fun.
Well, there will be plenty of time for the post-mortem and to understand what all of this means. But guys, any thoughts or things from Tulsa that you want people to know before I guess I'll probably let you go and get on with whatever happens next.
I have a couple things, and I want to start first with the down, and then I want to bring it up. There was no question as the players were walking onto the field about pay the players. They wore the shirts that said pay the players.
Yeah.
The Riverhounds fans all had signs that say play the players. Like pro rel, you can't pro rel without paying the players. They all had signs. The season's done. The CBA is going to be up in about a month. We are ticking down on this, and I think it's important for fans to know that what you saw there, the freedom of the players having a good time, that can only happen if they are paid a livable wage, if they are given what they are supposed to have, medical care, everything. That's coming up. That's something to keep an eye on. We are getting to the, like Rhinestone, the owners have nothing to hide with anymore. They can't say season's going on, can't sit down and negotiate. No, it is, we are in the stretch of 6 weeks. On the positive side of this, it was just fun. It was just so much fun. The entire time there was Augie Williams, when he missed what was essentially an open goal, you knew in the moment just how impactful it was, because you're like, are they going to get another chance? And then they did. They kept building chances. Defensively, they were strong. I mean, yes, FC Tulsa was getting into dangerous places, but how many times did you see a Pittsburgh Riverhound block across, and if it made it all the way to the box, it got caught? It was just really fun to be a part of. It was everything that I wanted this final to be. And I was a little worried when I was walking up. I was like, man, it's so cold. If I was a casual, I would not show up to this. I am so cold. Absolutely not. And Tulsa showed out.
Yeah, and thinking about my experience, I've been here for a day and a half at this point. Tulsa is a great place to visit. It's more walkable than you think, better food scene than you maybe would imagine. I've never been to a city with friendlier people. If you're ever in town, highly recommend the Greenwood Rising Museum about the race massacre that happened there. I went with Nicholas Murray the first time I got to meet him in person, which was probably a dour way to meet a new person. But hey, it was very much a matching of kind of nerd energies. But yeah, I think Tulsa has a lot to offer, and it's really emblematic of a lot of the cities across this league. It is smaller markets than you'd expect in a D1, let's say. All these cities have personality and something that makes them unique and awesome. And the playoffs can be a way to put that on the pedestal. So the fact that Tulsa got here, put on this show for the league, that's an advertisement for the city as much as it is for the club or the USL itself.
Well, thank you guys for reporting live, and thank you for making the trip out to Tulsa and for representing out there.
We missed you.
I am sorry I couldn't make the trip. I made up for it by doing a 3-hour stream where I just tried to find different ways to make dick jokes about him claiming the ball in the box. When you said it was double the amount that he's done, there was literally a point where I'm like, I don't know other ways to say this anymore. So I felt for Mike in that moment because he's navigated it quite well, and I do think he's purposely saying big all the time whenever anything Eric Dick does. Anyways, so yeah, thank you guys for making the trip. Hope all of the travels are all good, and hopefully you enjoy Tulsa tonight, despite the fact that maybe we were thinking there might be more of a party atmosphere, but now you'll get to hopefully enjoy it. And Kaylor, the Iron Man drive back, best of luck, buddy.
Yeah. Shout out to Kaylor for the absolute gauntlet he has gone through to get here. But looking forward to the rest of the experience, and thank you for holding it down, Phil.
Yeah, sure thing. No, thank you guys, and thanks to everybody who hung out with me for this whole time, because holy cow. And the show, thanks for listening and all of that stuff, and we'll see you guys right back on Tuesday probably. So
yeah, we love you, and we'll be back soon.
Bye guys.
Thank you for watching another episode of the USL Show. The USL Show is now proudly part of the Protagonist podcast family. Please go to protagonistsoccer.com to check out more work. Thanks for stopping by, and we'll see everyone again next time.